Hmm. Okay. Okay. My mic wasn't working. Oh, okay. Phenomenal. Great start. It had the wrong mic in the settings for some reason. I don't know. Well, anyways, what a start to the new year. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Happy New Year, everyone. Hope you had a good time over New Year. Hope everyone is back fresh and everything. Can we have a Pepe D to start the year? Just because you asked so nicely, the answer is yes. I can give you a Happy New Year. Where is it? Hold up. Up. There we go. All right. Okay. The mic still sounds bad? It sounds bad, you say. What's the... And what do you mean when you say bad? No, it's in the right settings. It should be fine. Maybe is it too loud or what? You're clipping. Okay. Then I need to tone it down a little bit. Hold up. That should be better. I hope it's better. I toned it down a little bit. I hope that helps. It should. Like this? This should be better. I hope it's better. Okay. Remix isn't it making it? Well, the remix is over now, so it should be better now. Okay. No, okay. Yeah, it was okay. I don't know why, but somehow it reset all my mic settings from last year, I think, for some reason. I don't know. Anyways, okay. Here we are. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you all for the subs. Shimmer Scanner, 10 gifties to start off the year. Thank you so much. And everyone else who just subscribed, appreciate you guys so much. Once again, hope you had a wonderful start of the year. We're obviously back streaming as normal now. Just had a couple days off. Was on vacation. It was pretty nice. Back home, relaxed now, so we are good to go back in. I don't actually think we missed that much. I don't think there was that much happening over the last couple days. There's a couple things I want to touch on today. We have a couple new cards. Other than that, we're just gonna do the good old thing, you know. Little bit of TCG talk, a little bit of Master Duel. I believe we're just gonna play, even though we don't have the new ban list in Master Duel yet. We're gonna still, I think, put ourselves a little handicap and play the new ban list anyways. Like try some of the stuff, whatever, any of that stuff. Anonymous gifter with a gift sub to Maxi. Yep, can't start the year without a gift sub to Maxi. Hell yeah. All right, but first things first, we're gonna find out how washed we are in the year 2024. This is gonna set the tone for the entire year. But yeah. Surely it's gonna be good, right? Surely it's gonna be good. Oh my god, yes, I love 2024. 2024 will change my life forever. All right, good. Let's go. Let us begin. Please let me know the first card of the year. It'd be annoying if I didn't, but I don't think I do. Is this an Iron Core card? No, it's not. What the hell is that? I don't know what that is. Oh man. World Legacy Cliffhanger? Oh god. That's a Karakuri. Yeah, that's Karakuri Merchant. Karakuri. I hope. Yes. Yo, we have a level 6 hype train. Appreciate that so much. Thank you guys. Trap Eater. That's looking very dark worldy. I think that's a Silva. Hey, not bad. That's Dark Nephthys. Yep. This one I'm not sure. Have I seen it? This is Infernity Pawn? It is Infernity Pawn, I think. Yeah. All right. Lesion. It's not. Is that Zeus? It's not Zeus, is it? No, that's not. It looks a lot like Zeus, but it's not Zeus. I wasn't even sure if it was Zeus. Okay, but then now with the full thing, I wouldn't have. Okay. Well, moving on. Who is this? Is that a Red Dragon Archfiend? No, I don't know what that is. It's an Archfiend. Annihilator Archfiend. It's not Hip Hippo. It's not is it Popper Up? I don't think it's Popper Up. It is Popper Up. Why did I think it wasn't Popper Up? This is something with chain. Red Eyes, this one. Yeah. Oh, this is very old. Oh, something magnet. Ring of Magnetism, that one. That's Fire Fist Gorilla, I think. Yes. We're doing good so far. Okay, that looks like, is that 91 or 97? I think it's 97. Yeah. That is looking very Ogdodic to me, but I'm not very good at the Ogdodics, so I'm gonna skip it. It might be, it is an Ogdodic. Okay, well. This one? Yeah, okay. This is Nebula Meteorite. Yeah, W. Oh, that's a Raid Raptor. I'm guessing one of the lane. Okay, there's so many. Vanishing. No. It's not even a Lanius. God damn it. But it was a Raid Raptor. What is going on here? I can't tell. It's not. Is that dark? The familiar possessed one. Okay. That is Foxer. Is it Foxy? Really? Okay. You would think I would recognize my boy Foxy, but apparently not. That is Obapinia. Dude, can I spell it, please? Cyber Angel. It's either Dakini or the other big one. Cyber Angel. I believe the other one's Izana. No. Thrash. Okay, it's not a Cyber Angel then. Oh, is it Natasha? It's Natasha. It is a Cyber Angel. Minor setback. Only minor setback. We did get it still. The hell is that? Have I seen this one? I don't think so. Double cipher. No, no. That might be Amazona's blowpiper. Yes. What is he called? It's also a piper, I think. Not Mystic Piper. Apprentice Piper? Yeah. That's a megalith. Bethor? Bethor. Okay. NNR Festival coming in clutch. That is Yellow Baboon. If I could spell it. This one I don't know. It's got Glow Moss on it, but some hero stuff. EN Wave. Okay. Is there a Toon Harpy? There is. That must be it, right? Okay. I didn't know there was a Toon Harpy, but that had to be it. What is this called? It's not Gilgarth. 1,000 Arms. Oh. Ally of Justice. Oh, okay. I couldn't have gotten that one. That's a Dark World. This is relatively new. I forgot the name. It's not. No, it's not Snow. Is it Parl? No. Puppetry? Maybe it's puppetry. Maybe it's not a monster. It is puppetry. I think that's an Xyz. Is that Shogi Rook? It is Shogi Rook. Why did I know that? I'm not sure. Oh, that's a Karakuri trap card, I think. Golden Gearbox? Is it Golden Gearbox? Oh, it's Ancient Gear support then. Is it not a Karakuri? I thought it was a Karakuri card. Anyways. That's a Trickstar, isn't it? Foxglove Witch. It is a Karakuri card? Okay, well, that's just confusing then. Okay, that's a Magispector. Is it just Kirin? Yeah. It do be Kirin. That is called Treasure Map. Yeah. I think that's a skip. That's a skip, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what that's called. Card of Fate. That's Orient Dragon. Orient Dragon. Oh, that's a Gishki. Okay, easy clap. I think we had it like a couple weeks ago. That's a Noble Arms, I think? No. Noble Knight, then. Something. I don't know what it's called. Yeah, okay. Until Noble Arms are needed once again. That pretty much describes the current TCG situation. Laval Val Terra? Is that a thing? No. Jurak? No. Laval Dragoon? Maybe? Yeah. That's a clear crystal wing kind of dude, right? Clear wing. Crystal clear, maybe? Crystal clear. I feel like I've seen it, but I don't know what it's called. Doomstar Magician. I feel like I've seen that one. Oh, this is it's called something beetle. Saber beetle? It might be that one. Yeah, it's saber beetle. It's a very old common. It's like piercing damage or something like that. This is Siegfried? No. What is that? I feel like I've seen it. Pendragon? Okay, so it was a DDD, but somehow I thought it was Siegfried, but... Okay. Who is this? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Battle Waltz. Okay, there was no shot I was ever gonna get that. It's not Senate Switch, because that has like a chessboard or something like that in the promotion is what it's called, right? Yeah. Shinobird Shrine, maybe. No, I don't know what it's called. Secret Sanctuary of the Spellcasters. Okay, no idea. It's like it's Six Samurai support, something Thunder of the Six, but I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it's called. Six Strike Thunderblast. Whatever, man. I know this one. Who is that? I've seen it. I know this. I need more though. Oh, I know this dude. Grunica. I don't know why it took me so long. And I don't know why I needed the full picture for that. That was weird. Is it this guy? No. Oh, it's a Karakuri card. Okay, I haven't seen that one. No. Huh. I don't know what that is. I thought it was Camera Clops, but it's okay. There was no world. It started off really well. Okay, this is Sphere of Chaos. Is this Horny Aluber? Why did I put Albalos? Why is the Bestial Aluber not there? Branded Beast? Wait, it's branded. Oh, it's branded Beast. Yeah. I was confused because it apparently doesn't have Darkwing Blast or whatever it is yet. Okay, that was not that good. It wasn't terrible, but somehow like we were on really good pace. I don't know where it stopped. I don't know when it stopped. Around here. Around here is when it went all downhill. You had 700 with 3 minutes left? Yeah, it was like, I don't know, we choked somewhere down the line. We didn't have the stamina this time. We didn't have the stamina. It was a lot of tough ones though. Like, what the hell is an Epigonin, the impersonation in invader? Anyways, I'm making excuses again. That's always when we move on, is when we start making excuses. All right. Ape Man Paradise, thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate you for the full year. And everyone else who just subscribed during the during the warm up. Appreciate you guys as well. Thank you so much. Happy New Year to all of you. Number 86, Rongo is the start, and it is higher than level 4, not an exceed, not a warrior, not a dark. It's got high attack, high defense, and it's old. Let's do a judgment dragon, huh? Okay. It's even older than Judgment Dragon, but it's a lower level than 8. It's got less than 3k attack, less than 2600 defense. Let's try an Earth monster. What's an Earth monster that fits these criteria? It's like level 5 or 6, maybe 7. What's the stats on Mega Rock? Oh, Mega Rock is question mark, right? Never mind. Baboon. We could do Baboon. Green Baboon. Huh? How does everything fit but the okay, malicious edge? Ah, that guy has the same stats as Baboon. What a freaking coincidence, man. All right. I saw someone in chat say Blade Edge, and I was like, it can't be Blade Edge because that's a warrior. But then I remembered this guy has 2600 attack. I didn't know how much defense it had. But I do know all the evil heroes are not warriors, they're fiends. Why is an evil hero Earth? They have multiple. Yeah, because it's based on Blade Edge. That's why. That's also why they have the same stats. And Blade Edge is an Earth monster. I believe that's why. It's like the evil version of Blade Edge. But don't quote me on that. I'm not that good with like hero lore. Maybe I just insulted the entire hero community. I don't know, but I think it's based on Blade Edge, and that guy's Earth. Anyways, there we go. There we go. Okay. There we go. Warm up out of the way. Let me tell you guys what we're gonna do today. I haven't actually prepared that much because I was on actual vacation. You know, I wasn't like spending time at home preparing streams and stuff. I was actually taking some time off, and I just came back home yesterday, and so I'm just kind of out here trying to figure out what happened over the last couple days, what we're gonna do today. We're just gonna kind of make it up on the fly, though. I think it's gonna be fine. We have actually not that much that happened, I don't think, over the last couple days, because you know it was kind of like off season for Konami too when it comes to announcements and stuff. We only have very few new cards that we're gonna look at in just a second, and then we have some stuff that I feel like there's been some discussions in the Yu-Gi-Oh community over the last couple of days that I want to weigh in on. So that's something we're going to do later. Other than that, we're kind of in this weird period for both Master Duel and the TCG, right? Where both of the games are kind of like up in the air in this kind of like New Year's period where everyone is waiting for the actual format to begin, because when it comes to the TCG, it's like, yeah, we've just gotten the ban list, but we are still awaiting Maze of Millennia and Phantom Nightmare to kind of give us the real format, right? Like we're kind of waiting, we're kind of in the middle. I am a small update. I am gonna be at the German Open this upcoming weekend on the 7th of January, which is a big regional, which I don't know if they sold out or not, but they had like 600 tickets. And I think we're gonna build my deck for that tomorrow. Even though it's not gonna have Maze of Millennia and Phantom Nightmare yet, I think we're gonna build the deck tomorrow on stream, because the cool thing is I don't actually need to try hard for Worlds points this year, because you know the freaking Master Duel Worlds invite is guaranteed, so I don't need to try hard regionals as much. So I feel comfortable just building my deck on stream for it. I think it's going to be a fun time. As well as I said I was not going to be there, but I actually did get a ticket because they restocked for the regional in Frankfurt in about 2 weeks. Actually, no, it's 1.5 weeks. Which I originally didn't get a ticket and they sold out, and then I think some people canceled their tickets, and they you know, a friend of mine messaged me yesterday. They were like, you know, you can go and check if they have more, and they had, like, when I went to the site, they had 3 tickets left. So I got one, so I'll be there as well. So we have, even though there's kind of like this before Maze of Millennia format that doesn't seem super important for the upcoming year, right? There's like huge changes coming up with Maze of Millennia and Phantom Nightmare. I'm still gonna play 2 big regionals during it, and we're gonna see tomorrow what I'm gonna play for the first one, and then, you know, it just gives me a little bit of room to experiment with some stuff. You know, I'm knowing myself, I haven't decided yet what we're gonna build tomorrow, what we're gonna come up with. Maybe I mean, it's gonna be a process. We're gonna go through it together tomorrow. There's a good chance it's gonna have runic cards in it. I'm just saying that up front, you know. Knowing me, there's a good chance we're gonna freaking experiment with some runic cards tomorrow. But I do kind of want to, because I don't need to try hard for worlds points, I kind of want to play like a experimental runic version, right? Like, I don't want to play runic Bestial again, even though I could, you know, it'd be cool to just play runic Bestial again, and I could, but I'm kind of down to, you know, collect some ideas and maybe build a different runic version tomorrow. That being said, if I have the cards, obviously. If I don't have the cards, then, you know, I'm just gonna have to build something else. But we'll see. That is something we're gonna look at tomorrow. I've seen runic Snake Eyes. I wanted to take a look at that. I should have the cards for that. We can maybe dabble around with some volcanic stuff. I don't know, man. We're gonna do that tomorrow. And then for long story short, what did I start with? Oh, because of this weird break in between formats. For Master Duel, it's kind of the same thing, because Master Duel is just like, the ban list for Master Duel happens in a week, right? Like, there's a week until the new ban list happens or drops in Master Duel. We already know it. We already know the new ban list, but it's not in effect yet. But the new season has started, and I figured we could just start playing some of the we could just play some of the decks that have been hit on the ban list and already, like, quote unquote practice and build them with how they could look after the ban list. So that's something I wanted to do a little bit later today, because we also need to go in there and open the New Year bundle. I haven't done that yet. I haven't opened the Master Duel New Year bundle at all yet, so we're gonna do that later as well. First things first, though, we have just from Legacy of Destruction, unless I missed anything, in which case let me know. I don't know if I'm the only one with this problem, but I actually don't love the new YG organization layout, because I can't scroll. How do I scroll through all of the news? Because I can only see, like, the last 6 over here. How do I go back further? Because this is only Master Duel news. This is only Rush Duel news. This is archetype discussion. Like, how do I... Oh, this is also new. Okay, I don't know, man. Oh, Blink Out is also new. Hold up. I think that's the other one we have to talk about. Okay, and this one, okay, we should be, okay. All right. There's a new cards attack. True. I could use that. Let me double check. New cards. We have Fighting Flame. I have those up already. We have this guy, this thing, Blink Out, and we've already talked about. Okay. No. Okay. All right. Let's go oldest to newest and cover these one by one before we move on. Once again, the first three cards we're going to look at are going to be Legacy of Destruction cards, which is the next main set after Phantom Nightmare, which means that for us, this is a couple months down the line, because this is about to release in Japan. So it's going to take a while for us to get it, but still interesting to look at. The other cards after, I think, are a first look at the Flame Swordsman stuff from Maze of Millennia, which is world premiere, question mark? I think it's world premiere, which I didn't know Maze of Millennia came with world premiere cards, but apparently it does. Anyways, first things first, we have Blink Out, a quick play spell, relatively simple text. Target a link monster on the field, return it to the extra deck, then you can special summon one of the materials used for its link summon from your graveyard. This card I find interesting. It's obviously meant to be quote unquote it's a defusion or desynchro of for link monsters, right? Like you tag out a link monster and you summon back the materials. The implication, I think this card at very first glance looks mediocre, but it at the same time, like the more you think about it, the card does become a little bit better. I don't know if it's good enough to actually see play, but it is an interesting card nonetheless, because there's a couple things about this card that are interesting. First of all, you can target your opponent's monsters with this, right? So it kind of becomes a quick play spell compulse against everything that's playing link monsters, which is powerful. I mean, like a quick play compulse is pretty decent for a lot of purposes, right? Like as long as you can rely on your opponent's deck having link monsters, this card is a card that would be worth considering. Like for example, this card would have been interesting in the format where, like in Sprite and Tearlament format, where everyone was ending on Sprite Elf, you know, going like draw phase, target your Sprite Elf with this would have been a pretty good play going second, you know, like it would have been a pretty good play going second. But obviously, I think using this on your opponent's monsters is usually the better usage for it, you know? But just the fact that it can also target your own things is a neat bonus on top. Like the fact that I can target my own link monster to dodge something like an infinite impermanence, or target like any effect veiler, that kind of stuff, like removal. If my opponent tries to interact with my link monster, I can just dodge it like that, right? And then there's another niche thing with this card, which is that you get to resummon one of the materials from the graveyard, which a lot of cards have summon effects, right? A lot of cards have on summon effects. Some of them are once per turn, some of them aren't, but like, you know, it depends on the deck. Like for example, if you're playing Vanquish Soul, for example, and you make the rock with a raisin, and then you set this card on your opponent's turn, you can use the rock effect, and then later on you can use this to tag out your rock into raisin again, something like this, right? This is obviously, I think, usually not the main reason to play the card, but it is a neat bonus that you can use in those kind of decks, right? Decks that have easy, like link 1. Obviously it's the best on a link 1, because the higher the link rating of the monster, the worse it becomes for you to tag out into one of the materials. Because let's say I'm summoning a link 4, I'm investing a lot of bodies into it, and I only get 1 back with Blink Out, right? Like it'd be at its best when you're doing like a link 1. Sky Striker is another example. I don't know if this is going to make Sky Striker any better, but you can do like if you summon Kagari and they Veiler or Impermit, you can just use this on the Kagari and bring back the Ray, for example, which obviously you already have linkage to do something like this, but it's just some of the usages of this card. Like linkage, for example, cannot out your opponent's link monsters, right? That's I think this card's interesting, even though it has relatively simple text. And that's why I think it's well designed. I think it's a well designed card. Once again, similar to the Metaltronius card we looked at last week. I'm a fan of this design. I'm a fan of this kind of design that really makes you think, right? They're not like broken immediately. You know, I'm not looking at this card and I'm like, oh my God, this card's broken. But it has very, very interesting implications and potential usages. And I think this kind of design on quick play spells is really neat. You know, it's kind of like this It's kind of like this Book of Moon type of feeling to it, where like it's not overly powerful, but it definitely has its usages. Like it depends on the format. It could rotate in and out. Maybe it's a side deck card. Sometimes in some decks it could be a main deck card. Obviously, depending on the format. But I like it. I like the design on the card. I'm a fan of it. I could see myself using this card at some point. It's not broken enough to immediately become like a staple card. Like it's not Triple Tactics Talents level, but it's cool. I like it. The artwork's also really neat. Also, people in chat have been mentioning it a couple times. I've been foregoing it, but like it's not once per turn. Now, I don't think on utility spells like this that they need to print a once per turn. Like for example, cards like, I'm completely fine with cards like Enemy Controller, Book of Moon, this card not being once per turn, because they're like unsearchable spell cards. Is like, I think once per turn is a clause that they should be putting on cards that are highly accessible, you know, recyclable, searchable from the deck, maybe extra deck monsters, that kind of stuff, right? When it's a unsearchable quick play spell card, utility card, there's not any really abusive, like you can't really abuse that, the fact that it's not once per turn, right? Like on those kind of cards, I think they shouldn't be once per turn. The only exception is, I think, cards that draw you a lot of cards, like cards like, I don't know, Pot of Desires or Triple Tactics Talents, those kind of cards, right? They are once per turn, and I think that's good, because cards that draw you 2 cards have a high chance of not a high chance, but a solid chance of drawing you the same card again, which is like, if you could just go like, I don't know, Talents into draw Talents into draw again, like that kind of stuff, you know, that it has like implied odds of drawing the same card again. You get what I'm saying, right? Anyways, this card's cool. I like this card. And then we have Zoma, the Earthbound Spirit, which is a new version of Zoma the Spirit, I assume. And it's called Earthbound, which I didn't know Zoma had anything to do with Earthbound Immortals. I wonder if that's the case here. But apparently it does. The new Earthbound Immortal support, by the way, that is probably coming out in Maze of Millennias, is I think it's interesting. But I don't know if it's like, it's playable. I don't know if it's good. I don't think it's its own deck, but it's playable in some other decks as a splash engine, I think. Anyways, we have a continuous trap card here, which is probably another trap monster. You can only use either the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Special summon this card as an effect monster. I believe that's the same stats as Zoma. It definitely also has 1800 attack. With the following effect, this card is also still a trap. Monsters your opponent controls that can attack must attack this card. If this card is special summoned by this card's effect, is destroyed by an opponent's attacking monster, inflict damage to your opponent equal to double the original attack of the monster that destroyed it, maximum 3000. Maximum 3000 is a weird thing to put on this card, because it's 1800 attack. So if you summon, if your opponent attacks over it, that the monster has to have at least over 1800 attack. Well, you can summon it in defense position, I suppose. But still, I don't know. This card's bad. Okay, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This card is bad. The only quote unquote interesting use I see for this card, which would have been good like 10 years ago, maybe, is that when your opponent declares an attack on one of your monsters and you activate this thing on attack declaration, I believe the way it works is that your opponent does not have the option to, like, because normally a replay happens, right? And you can decide, oh, I'm not going to attack now. I think you have to keep attacking because it says your monsters your opponent controls must attack this card. It's like they are forced into a replay and they are forced to attack this card, right? Which is like, you can redirect an attack to this. So that would have maybe been good in like Edison format. But this is just a lower card pack filler. I don't think we have to spend too much time on it. This card would have, it would have gone hard in Edison though. This would have gone hard in Edison, I'll tell you that much. All right, and then we have, I believe, the last card from Legacy of Destruction for the day, which is a very cool looking, I assume, dragon, because it says Crescent Dragon Mikazuki no Yaiba. It is a dark level 7 dragon with 2200 attack, 2350 defense. You can only use the first and second effect of Crescent Dragon blah 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 once per turn. During the end phase, if this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can special summon it, but place it on the bottom of the deck when it leaves the field. You can discard a card, add a level 7 Dark Dragon from your deck to your hand. This card would also go pretty hard in Edison. It's better than Zoma. It's better than Zoma, but I still don't think it's a very good card. Like going first, it's straight up awful because it doesn't do anything on the first turn until the end phase. The only usage I could see for this card is when you go second, your opponent builds a board, and during the end phase, you can immediately summon this thing to put some pressure on the board. Now, there's a million cards that do it better than this one. Pancratops, Fenrir, Alpha even. Like, there's a lot of cards. There's a lot of cards that do a better job than this at going second beat stick rule, like thingy, right? I don't know if you can search anything super meaningful with it. I think it's meant to search itself. That's why it puts itself to the bottom, so you never run out of targets, quote unquote. Like you play 2 of this, right? And then in every end phase, they come back and they search each other over and over and over, which is a cool idea that, once again, could have been good like maybe 13 years ago or something like that. You can search Darkround Dragon, which is irrelevant these days, sadly. You can search Destrudo, which is not irrelevant, but you're not going to play a freaking this to search Destrudo. You can search Phantasme, which is a cool card, but not if you search it that late into the game. But no, this card's not good. This card's not good. Yeah, no. It's not even one of those cards that really gets you thinking, right? It's not good enough for that. It just doesn't have enough going on. It's just too slow. Going first doesn't do anything. It's a neat idea, the kind of the endless loop of but unfortunately that really isn't the thing anymore in Yu-Gi-Oh, where you try to go infinite with one card. But you can get it off of Magnamute and summon it directly. Well, but that's also true for every Bestial, right? Like I can just go Magnamute in the end phase, search a Bestial. As long as my opponent has a monster, I can just summon the other Bestial as well, and that's bigger and probably has a better effect. So yeah, no, it's not very good. Okay, so those are the Legacy of Destruction cards. 2 bad ones and 1 interesting one that I actually like. All right. And then I have this open on Master Duel meta because it, for some reason, didn't have images on here. So this is just nicer. Let me go to the other side so you can read the effect. This is Maze of Millennia Flame Swordsman support, which I'm personally not very excited for. But because I just doubt it's gonna be good. But like, still, I didn't know Maze of Millennia had new cards, like completely new cards. I actually was not aware of that, so that's interesting, I guess. So we could be seeing more of that. I don't know, but it's anyways, we have level 4 Fighting Flame Swordsman, which is a level 4 Fire Warrior, Year of the Fire, 1800 attack, 1600 defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a spell trap that mentions Flame Swordsman from your deck to your hand, which I did not know existed. I don't know if does this have a target, or is the target going to be in the set? It doesn't. Oh, okay. So it does not exist. Okay, but I thought this was only 2 monsters that they announced. So we don't know the target for this yet. Okay, noted. We don't know the target for this yet. Okay, that makes it impossible to really judge. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can send a Flame Swordsman or a monster that mentions it from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard, except Fighting Flame Swordsman. You can only use each effect of Fighting Flame Swordsman once per turn. Okay, since we don't know the search target for the first effect, and I also don't know all the available targets for this, let's just evaluate this very briefly in a vacuum. On normal or special, adding a spell trap, that's a good effect. When it's sent to graveyard, or if it's sent to grave, foolish another card from deck or extra deck, also a good effect. This itself is a good card. Now, obviously, the surrounding for this card needs to be very good for it to actually be useful. Like if the spell and traps that this deck has or is gonna get are gonna be very powerful, then this is a very powerful card. And if the deck has good graveyard effects, then the second effect is also going to be very nice. Now we don't know those things, so let's postpone that for now. But potentially a good card. And then we have Fighting Flame Dragon, which is a level 5 Fire Dragon fusion, which requires a dragon monster and a fire warrior. Is that interesting for Super Poly? Not really. I can't think of good fire warriors you would need. If it said dragon and warrior, then maybe. I think that already exists. Isn't that the isn't that freaking, what is it called? Draco Equist? Yeah, but that needs like a synchro, I believe. That needs a dragon synchro. Well, Raisin plus Valius? True. Raisin plus Valius. you can, I mean, I doubt that it matters, but okay. Except during the damage step, quick effect, you can target a warrior fusion monster you control. Equip this card from field or grave to that monster you control as an equip spell. You can only use this effect of Fighting Flame Dragon once per turn. While this card is equipped to Flame Swordsman or a monster that mentions it, the equipped monster gains 700 attack and can make a second attack during each battle phase. Okay, you're not meant to summon this card, right? You are absolutely not meant to summon this card because on the field, this card basically does nothing, right? This card basically is irrelevant. You don't want to be summoning this. The obvious purpose for this card is because it mentions Flame Swordsman, you get to send it with this dude from the extra deck to the grave, because this one foolish is from the extra deck, and then later on you can equip it to give one of your Flame Swordsmans or whatever mentions it 700 attack and a second attack, right? Which is useful for OTKing out of nowhere, I suppose, you know? I'm assuming that if you are playing a Flame Swordsman deck with this card, you would play one of this as an option in the extra deck just to OTK sometimes. It's not a good card though. It is not a good card overall, right? Because I mean, 700 attack and making a second attack is just overall not that useful. Like you already have to be in a winning position for that to matter. But like, I think the second attack is what's much better than the 700 attack isn't good, but the second attack is what really makes it, you know, do a lot. Is this because is Salamandra also 700 attack? Is this maybe the flavor here? Hold up. Salamandra, because that was a Flame Swordsman card. Yeah, it's 700 attack. Yeah, okay. That's why. That's the flavor here. You know, so if there's anything we've learned in the last, I want to say, couple years about legacy support, is that Konami thinks there's two ways to make legacy support. Exactly two. Number one, give them one hell of a floodgate. Like whatever you can think of, give them one hell of a floodgate, and then the legacy support is going to be banging. Or option number two is make them a going second crazy OTK deck. Right? Those are the two ways you can. Those are the two ways that Konami makes legacy support recently, right? And then okay, we don't talk about the Ishizu cards. I don't want to talk about the Ishizu cards, but yeah, I guess just printing absolute custom cards is also one way to do it. I guess there's 3. Yeah, you're right. There's 3 ways. You can also just print freaking custom cards out of, yeah, you know. That's kind of their treatment, right? It's kind of their treatment, and the thing is, I don't think their goal is to make those decks top tier. Well, outside of Ishizu cards, like when they actually give them insane custom cards, then obviously, yeah. But like all of the, you know, give them a floodgate or make it a blind second OTK deck, like what they did with Trident Dragion, for example, right? I think they only want to make them like viable on a very casual, maybe rogue-ish level, even though usually they're not even getting there most of the time. Like if you look at something like, I don't know, Gate Guardian, for example, I would argue that deck isn't terrible, but it's also not rogue yet, not quite, you know. But yeah, I don't know. They're just trying to give it some sort of cohesive strategy. And I guess they think that's enough. We have to wait and see what happens with the Flame Swordsmans. But from the first batch of cards, I think it's going to have a cohesive strategy. But that's not a very high bar. And yeah, that's about it. I mean, hey, maybe they're gonna have some insane cards. Do we know if this is like I wasn't aware that this is that this set is gonna have new cards. Is this set gonna have a lot of new cards or nah? I guess the Gate Guardian set also had new cards. Yeah, I guess I don't know why I'm surprised of this. Because that was also TCG exclusive, right? The Gate Guardian support. That had a lot of new cards. We know pretty much nothing about the set. I felt like we did. I felt like this set was just gonna have Bonfire. Why do we know all of that then? Is that just an assumption? Is the entire community just collectively assuming Bonfire is in here, but we don't actually know? Or have they announced it? It was part of the box art. Oh, I remember, right? Because it's one of those that has a lot of card like rectangles on the pack. Right. I remember now. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. All right. Well, I guess that means we're in for some reveals in the next couple of weeks, which I'm down for. I'm down for that. Okay. That's that. That is that. New cards done. Other than that, I have 2 things planned for today. And I believe we're gonna start with Master Duel. But the other thing I've planned at some point, probably during lunch break, is we're gonna do a little bit of a discussion on a topic that I've seen float around the Yu-Gi-Oh community, which includes a little bit of React Andy. It's about like, you know, the way we do competitive content for this game. I wanted to weigh in on the discussion. We're gonna do that in a little bit. What we're gonna do now, first things first, for Master a Duel, I'm gonna boot it up and we're gonna do the New Year bundle because I have not done so yet. In which case if you haven't done it yet, I would advise you to do it because it's only 6 days left and it's limited to 1 per player, and it's pretty solid. It's 2024 gems for what, 30 packs and some accessories. That's pretty good. You got 12 ultras? That's insane. Okay, we have 30 packs. I'm gonna run a gamba. How many URs in all 30 packs? Let's do, all right, for the non-believers, let's make the steps a little bit higher. 5 to 7, 8 plus. All right. The prediction is up and running. And then we're going to open the packs in a second. And then after, what we're going to do, what I thought was going to be fun for today is I thought, since the new ban list isn't in effect yet, but I really don't care about the old Master Duel format. I wish they implemented the ban list a little bit faster, because it just feels so unexciting when a ban list has been announced, especially with such a big one as we have just gotten. We're just gonna update my lists for the new ban list and just play around with it a little bit. Like, I think one deck that is very interesting for Master Duel now is like you can try to play Dragon Link without the Baby Dragon and Chaos Ruler, because that really changes how you play the deck. Stuff like that I think is interesting to look at. Can you even pull 0 ultras? I mean, it says at least 3 supers guaranteed. I assume if you get really unlucky, you could get 0, yeah. I mean, why not? You can get 0 ultras in 10. Why wouldn't you be able? If you get really unlucky, I mean, the chances are really low for 0, but you could. Anyways, let us begin. And it's master packs too, so we can get everything. Sinister Slot, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you. And Chris7, also saying thank you for the 16. Keen to see a Snake Eye Runic Brew in the new year. I think we're gonna do that tomorrow. I should have all the cards for it. And I was considering bringing it to the German Open on Sunday. I think we might experiment with that tomorrow. I still have to check out if it convinces me, but we'll see. Well, not a great start. We've opened 5 packs and gotten 0 ultras so far, so not very exciting. Oh, there we go. That should be number 1, unless we're being mega trolled. Star Eater and Branded Lost. Actually a good ultra from a mega pack, a master pack, but I already have it, so probably dismantle angle. You don't have Populous yet? I know. No Populous kind of hurts. I mean, it really hurts, but like you could probably still do it. But Populous is insane. I agree with you. Oh, second one. Augers. Another good one. Flip it. Flip it. One time. One time. No. That would have been a nice royal. Oh. No rainbow packs. We're gonna get an upgrade, trust. Not even an upgrade needed. Gimmick Puppet Giant Grinder. Right, all the non-believers are already in shambles because we've already gotten 3 ultras. Well, already in 15 packs. Not that good. It's about average, I guess. Oh, Utopia angle. I hate when it does that. I hate when there's nothing I hate more than when it does that. Like it's, I'm gonna steal your time. I'm gonna give you hope, and you're still not gonna get shit. Left arm offering. Glossy. Alright. Is grass banned or limited right now? I forgot. It's limited, right? Yeah. Okay, give me some rainbows. Oh, come on, man. No. I guess we're gonna stay with 3. I guess it's just gonna be 3. I don't know what I'm gonna play at German Open yet. Probably, we're gonna decide tomorrow. We're gonna build it on stream, I think. I'll probably change it or finish the list on like Saturday because the tournament is Sunday, but we can do a first like draft and decision tomorrow. Come on, give me one upgrade at least. Okay, just as I've been saying it. Well, but I need you to give me a ultra rare though. I don't want no upgrade to a super rare. Like spoiling your deck. Yeah, but it's like it's a regional. I care, but I don't care that much. I think the process of deck building, having the process of deck building on stream is also worth something. I think that's cool. Well, that pack goes hard in 2011, 2012. Not again, man. Oh. Ancient Gear Megaton Golem. Alright, well, it's an ultra rare. I'll take it. I'm not complaining. A Foxy tune. Alright, well, 4 ultras it is. 4 ultras it is. It's okay. That was less than I thought, but well, can't always get lucky. Now the question I have is, which one is funnier? I still think this one is better. I kind of like the gift exchange one. Onikuji. Nah, this one's better. The old one's better. I just love how disappointed he looks. I love his face so much. Like I can't get rid of it. But the New Year one, okay, I'll have the new one for like a little bit. Well, blessing, curse, great blessing, false. All right. Okay. Now let me quickly recap the what's it called, the Master Duel Banlist update that's going to be in effect in a week. Well, we can't mess around with the dragon rulers yet because obviously there's like, you know, they've gone up, not down. We can't mess around with Terror Top, any of this yet. What we could do is we could try to update the meta decks that have been hit and see how they would perform with the new ban list. I think that's interesting. So what we could do is we could make an updated Pearly list, updated Vanquish Soul list with only one Fenrir, update the runic decks that I have, update, I don't know, dragons, that kind of stuff. I think that's an interesting way to start the stream, or, you know, try Runic Stun. I'm not gonna update Runic Stun. That's the one thing I'm not gonna do. All right, we're not updating Runic Stun. What the hell is wrong with you? Okay. Let's start with the easy ones, which is the Runic decks. The Runic decks, for now, I think I'm just going to remove 1 destruction and add 1 droplet. I think it's as simple as that. And then actually for the Bestial Runic, I also have to replace Chaos Ruler. So we take out this and we add another, actually add another dispelling here. We have to cut the Chaos Ruler. And I guess we just play Scarlight? Or we play the Harpy Lady. Yeah, let's play the Harpy Lady. Like this. Okay. Easy clap. Runix fixed. Vanquish Soul should be easy because you just take out one Fenrir. You still play, I believe you still play Wraith, Soth, Fenrir, Rysart in this. And you add, what do I add? I guess a second Valius because I can't search a second Earth with Fenrir anymore. That might matter. Maybe it's a second Valius. Why 3 Cartesia and Runic and not 1 like the YCS list? I've been talking about that in the past. The main reason is that in Master Duel, Cartesia is one of the better ways to play around a Maxi because you can just pass on Cartesia and fuse on the opponent's turn. That's the main reason. Okay. Labyrinth stays the same, right? They didn't do anything to Lab, did they? They didn't do anything to Lab. No. Pearly. Pearly loses Fenrir completely. I don't think you play... I can't think of a deck that still wants to play one Fenrir and no other cards. Like no other cash cards. I think it's as simple as you will play Fenrir if your deck benefits from searching Rysart. Right? Like Vanquish Soul, for example. Vanquish Soul would play Fenrir still. But I don't think decks like Pearly would ever still play it. All right, and what was it? It's 2 pretty, 1 delicious. That's so few memories, man. I feel like we need ways to make up for that consistency. I don't know how though. Like you only have 9 memory spells. How do you friggin' make up for that? Upstart? I mean, we can't, we'd have to cut Prosperity for Upstart, which is like, I don't even know if that's worth it, man. Discard engine? On the one hand, I get what you're saying, right? You could play Brow or Beast, right? On the other hand, if you don't draw a memory card, which is now more likely than it used to be, that is awful. Right? Desires works with 3 Yeep. I don't think it's worth it to do something like that because Desires is going to be limited. And you don't want to change your deck that much for a limited card. That's just not a good idea, I don't think. Until we get to Sleepy Cat, it seems bad. I agree with you. I don't think it's a good idea. Maybe you do something like what I did at YCS Dortmund and you just play like 3 Brow and a Shadol Beast. And cut the Prosperity. I don't know if I like this though, but you could try this. You could try that. I'm not confident in Pearly after this though. Now the big dog. Now the big issue. Okay, we have to talk about this deck. So Dragon Link is gonna lose Chaos Ruler. I actually think, hot take, I don't know if it's a hot take, but I actually think that losing the baby dragon is more impactful than losing the Chaos Ruler. Like I think Chaos Ruler was good. Don't get me wrong. Chaos Ruler is really good, but freaking there was a lot of lines that you could take instead. Like you could go for a Savage play instead. Yeah, I don't think it's that hot of a take actually. But I think the baby dragon, like literally removing the baby dragons from this deck is so big because it makes your They are the best extenders, but not only that. Freaking, I have to take 3 royal rares out of this deck because you also have to cut Seyfried. Seyfried without the baby dragons doesn't make sense. Now you look at this deck and you're like, Chaos Space, while still you could play Chaos Space. Searching Lubellion is good. Searching Levianir is like, you could still play it. But then again, full circle, without Chaos Ruler, it also makes Chaos Space a lot weaker because that was one of your best mills, right? And so like Chaos Space is now not as good anymore. So you probably take those out. Now there's a random Levianir in here, which you can't even really search except for with the Magnamut, which is probably still worth playing, but it's a lot less consistent, right? Like it's very weird. A couple thoughts that I had that we can mess around with today and just see how they feel. I think you need, without Seyfried, I feel like it's good to have another normal summon in the deck. But once again, I want to say, I don't think this deck is dead. I don't think dragons are dead. I think dragons are still very much playable. There are 2 main routes I could see myself going with dragons. The first route is, I think you could play it a little bit slower, a little bit more control-y with a card like Chamber Dragon Maid. Now this is kind of like a 2020 kind of vibes thing, but this could be a good normal summon because it goes +1 on normal summon, searches the trap, what is it called, tidying, right? You play some amount of tidying, right? And you go normal summon Dragon Maid, search tidying, link it into Striker Dragon, that kind of stuff, which gives you a little bit of a better matchup into something like Maxi, because you obviously, with not that many special summons, you're going to be able to end on like trap plus seals or something like that, which is a respectable opener. It gives you some grind game. I think it's okay. I think this would be an okay package to play. The other option, which is like something you would have to explore a little bit more, is you could play like a Chaos Emperor Dragon with the Melody. This is something we used to do in Chaos Thunder sometimes, with like Melody of the Awakening Dragon. Which is like, what was the other target for this? Diablos? You could play Diablos, right? Why do I only have 2 of this? Diabo. Right? You could play something like this. Which is like, I mean, this card is good regardless, right? I'm not worried about this card being good or bad. Diabolos. If a dark monster you control is tributed, you can special summon this card from your grave. So this card is like good in the grind game. If you ever get Lubellion, you can bring it back on your first turn, right? You rip a card out of their hand. You bring it back after using Lubellion, and then with Branded Beast, you can get into like a really nice grind game because you can keep tributing Bestials for Branded Beast, and then the Diablos comes back on your opponent's turn. But it's like, I don't know. Those cards are not starters. That's the thing, right? None of this is a starter. Like even Melody, which is the one that like this card and add to, even that isn't really a starter play unless you already have other things, right? So I think I would stay away from this for now. But something like this already looks somewhat playable. I think this is your best normal summon now, and you just go for like a seal control kind of situation. A Tomb probably is good. What do we cut for a Tomb though? I think you need 2 seals in this. 1 for 1? You could play 1 for 1. 1 for 1. It's so hard to find 1 for 1. go rarity. I'm pretty sure it's an ultra. Cut access code. I have a feeling that you could actually cut access code, maybe. Because I think the most common way to OTK with access code involved Chaos Ruler, right? That was one of the easier ways to put up 8,000 with access code, was like make it with Chaos Ruler, and then it was 5,300 access code, and then the Chaos Ruler from the grave was the last damage you needed. So like maybe you actually don't need access code anymore. You might end up missing it though. Maybe you don't need 2 striker dragons anymore. Maybe that's cope though. Because like without the baby dragons, you might not go into multiples as easily. I don't know. We can't try dragon rulers today, Chad, because they're not legal yet. Chaos Angel without level 4 lights is kind of bad. You might be right. We could cut Chaos Angel. I like the card, but like maybe it's fine without it. You know what we're gonna do? We're simply gonna try it. I think that's the only thing we can do. I think we just have to try and see how it feels. I kind of think this is playable, but I have to see. Let's start with that. Now, Cash Tira. What happens to Cash Tira? 1 Fenrir. Desires goes to 1. Birth goes to 1. Yeah, I'll show you what you do with Cash Tira. Hold up. Wonderful. Okay. All right, let's see how this goes. Dragon Maid Hospitality makes Chamber a 1-card seal. Yeah, I don't want to play that card though, is the thing. What about the IP package for Dragon Link in the TCG? You can try it. I haven't tried it myself yet. It seems like it's got some potential, but I don't know if it's better than classic Dragon Link. All right, this is neat. The only thing is we have both normal summons, but that's a good problem to have. That's better than, you know, not having any. So the thing is, if I normal summon black metal and they max see me, it's kind of annoying. If I go chamber, I at least have, I mean, if I go chamber, I search the trap card, I go striker, search the thing, activate ravine, I just pitch the black metal. I still end on seals plus savage. That's gotta be better. Let's try the more conservative one. Maxi's not real, maybe not, but I wanna try and play around it still. You could even do plays where you discard Tidying for Ravine to bring back the chamber as an extender, but here I don't think that's necessary. Yeah, we want a Ravine. We can discard the black metal. Send Abzo. Tracer. Is there a line? Hold up. Surely I was just gonna bring back Lubellion now. But we could also boot sector summon Tracer and then friggin' make this pattern to bring back this to make to get the red eyes into rotation as well. That seems kind of nasty. You can bring it back with Pisty. I could also bring it back with Pisty, but then I don't know what to link into it with it. Hold up, let's try and mess around with this. This will play into Nib, but it's whatever. The only thing is, do I activate Tracer? Because then I can't make seals anymore. I kind of want to make seals. Get red eyes. Lubellion. The only question is, what do I turn these into? You know, like, what do I do? I guess I just bring back Tracer and make Savage. I could summon a Bestial and make Baron instead. I think I'm gonna keep my Bestials in hand though. Probably okay. Not sure if this list needs the Rocket Caliber. It's a 1 negate Savage, but that's okay, I think. I mean, that's still pretty good. Regained brings back... Yeah, okay. Bounce Spoot Sector, I think. Yeah. If you played multiple tidyings, you could do this now, but I don't, like, we don't have a super good target here for that. I guess black metal has a target. Whatever we summon here probably ends up in our hand with tidying. Let's take the black metal. This is post Banlist. Yeah, we're playing new Banlist already. We're putting ourselves at a little handicap here. So it is Numeron, huh? Do I bring back this pattern against Numeron even? I mean, I can just can't I just tidying the field spell when they use it? Oh, it's cash. Okay, well. I think I still tidying that. This is once per turn. Yeah, little bro goes end phase. That's what I thought. Okay. Yo. Tidying is nice follow-up. It always gives you a body. All right, well. Serenir. That's just gonna be game. Recycle this. Beck Sovan, thank you for the 14 months. Happy New Year to you as well. I mean, the simplest thing is to just make Baron here and then summon 2 more Bestials. That's the easiest way to do it. Kashira, I don't think is viable, no. Post. This was obviously, I mean, we went first, we didn't get hand trapped, even though they were obviously on a board breaker approach, so it was impossible for them to hand trap us. So obviously the deck felt good here, which is not, it's not a guarantee that it's always going to feel that way, but I do think that the deck can still very much perform. Like, there's nothing really holding back Bestial, Dragon, Seals, Control, whatever. The deck still has enough tools to work. Zodiac Cash might be viable. I mean, yeah, you could probably mess around with that. I don't hate that idea. All right, well. First game, good enough. I can show you the list, but keep in mind, we just built it. We just threw it together. I don't think you need Rocket Caliber. I think we have a couple too many normal summons if we play Rocket Caliber. I think this is more like it. I like it more like this. I don't think we need it. Will this still work if you didn't draw any Bestial? Well, we had what you can do with that hand if it doesn't have any Bestials is you can normal summon Black Metal Dragon, and then make you can Red Eyes can summon Chamber from hand if you want to. I do think that on average, I think seals plus the trap, the tidying is a good opener. Like, it's not always winning, of course, but I think it's a good opener in Master Duel. Oh, Vanquished Soul, huh? I'm gonna ash that, hoping they don't have Raisin yet. That's fair enough. That makes sense. That's about my experience when it comes to Vanquish Soul. Yeah, no, that's that story checks out. Quartz in session. Thank you so much for the 8 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Just draw Max C going second every time, guys. It's not that difficult, is it? Oh god. Salamangreat, based individuals spotted. I hope they don't have an out for Max C. Actually, I kind of hope they do have an out for Max C because they're based. They are based. They deserve it. Oh, yes. Buffalo? Sign me up. Oh, it resolved. Okay, well. Okay, Rocket. I have no target for Quick Launch because I just removed Rocket, whatever the other one's called. Quick Launch is now dead. Phenomenal. Insane. Playing into Max C actually was good for them now. God damn it. Shuffle it back with Regained? Well, yeah, okay. I would like to, but that's not always as... That's easier said than done. I need to get there first. Drawing Lubellion is a big step in getting there, though. That helps. Give me the Magnamut. I think we still start with Chamber. See if we get Max Seed on Resolution here. No. Okay, that's good. My mid-range heart is very happy whenever I have Tidying in my hand in a scenario like this one, where I know I'm gonna have at least some form of disruption for my opponent's turn. That's a weird maxi spot because it still doesn't guarantee a draw, but it lets me make my Striker Dragon. The question, I mean, they have a back row. I don't think I can go for an OTK. I think I just go... I'm gonna give them at least one draw, because I'm gonna make seals. The question is, before I make seals, do I also bring back Lubellion to get Beast or Regained? I feel like it's worth it. I think in either way, though, I will attack first. Can Gazelle trigger in damage step? I forgot. I'll attack with this first, just in case they can summon Gazelle. I'm not sure if you can bring back Gazelle on in damage step when your thing dies by battle. It can't. Yeah, I thought so, but just in case they were able to summon it, I wanted to attack with the smaller one first. Because if nothing happens, it's the same amount of damage either way, right? Just a small thing. King Boohoo, thank you for the 5 gifties. Appreciate you. Thank you. Starting the year as you finished the last one. Appreciate the support. Okay, so we're definitely making seals. The question is, do we make do we summon Lubellion for Regained or Beast? I feel like that has to be worth it. Specifically, yeah. So I think giving them one card in hand for Regained has to be worth it, because Regained is more than one card. Like Regained is at least worth 2 cards. They are imperming the Lubellion. Okay, in which case that's also fine. I mean, I was a little scared of this being called by for my... actually, they couldn't have called by for, because the Maxi resolved. Now, what if we don't make seals and we just tidying their normal summon? What about that? At the same time, if I make seal, like, because Called by is in their deck, right? Called by the Grave is in their deck for sure. I mean, you're playing Salad, you have to be playing Called by. If I make seals now and I set Tidying, they will have 3 new cards from last turn, right? They drew 1 from Lubellion, 1 from Seals, 1 for turn. And they drew, well, they didn't draw Called by last turn with Buffalo, but they would have 3 new cards that could be Called by the Grave, where if I pass Seals, Tidying, Called by the Grave completely fucks me up. Right? Like, it fucks me up. The thing is, I will be able to search with Magnamud, so even if they called by my seals, I can summon a Bestial and then Tidying with that, I suppose. You know what? What if they don't pass to Tidying? What if they have, like, Signet Mining? Nah, we make seals. We make seals. Where's the regain? They impermed my Lubellion, so I don't get it. And here we probably get Baldrake. Yeah. Can't you chain Bestial to seal? I could. Yeah, I could. If they have a monster and I seals, and then they called by, I can chain Baldrake, target the seal. Yeah. Max C. Max C? Well, yeah. Okay. Oh. They have something. What do I have Tidying, so once again, whatever I summon here is going to go back to my hand, probably. Probably Druid Worm. Probably Druid Worm. Okay. Will. Okay, that's somewhat problematic. But it needed to be like a removal for the Druid Worm plus Will is the concerning thing. And I still think we just Baldrake and Tidying. Does it matter what I banish? I banish a Striker Dragon, I think. Banish a Striker Dragon. They draw 1 more card here. But, I mean, it's Salad. There's not that many things they can have here. It needs to be Signet Mining with another. But then we just die, right? Then it's fine. It's a scary situation, but keep in mind what led to this scary situation is us being mag seat twice. That's why this was so scary. I think we boot Sector first. throw down a Savage. Equip the Seals. Serenir. Banish Druid Worm. Yeah, I mean, we win. Nice. Do I want to change anything about it? Is the question. So far, I mean, so far so good, I think. So far, I don't think there's anything missing. We'll see. Let's keep going. You could think about cutting Branded Beast. I don't feel super comfortable with 2 traps in my deck. Maybe you could even consider, if you want to play 2 traps, you could consider 2 tidying over the Beast. But whenever I've drawn Chamber, I'm happy with it. You know, I like the Chamber. I kind of like the Chamber. All right, Maximi, please. Do it. They have it. They have it. I know it. You have it. Ash. Well, that's fine too. I'll take that any day of the week. Maximi now. No? Okay. I wanted to see the Troll Despair, but okay. Well. Now, okay, not having Chaos Ruler here really sucks. I'll be honest with you, but I'm not going to complain about it because it's not really something to complain. It's still very much okay. The situation is still very much all right. You know, we just have to make Savage with these 2 later. You could play Axel Stardust Dragon but playing Axel Stardust just for this situation feels a little bit off the top. Like, you don't have the space for that, I don't think. I don't think this is the kind of deck that has the space to play, what's it called? To play one play a synchro specifically for Gamma. It's not really the deck for that, I don't think. What took Chaos Ruler's spot? A Tomb. We could make a Tomb with the driver, with the Baldrake. Is that ever a vibe? I don't think it's a vibe. I think it just has to be this now. You can't. Oh, is a Tomb dragons? Oh, a Tomb is dragons. That makes sense. Let's just put the Omni Negate out here. They have something still. Well, don't know what that is. But we can just summon Baldrake, normal summon Tracer. Make Baron. Do we just pass Baron Savage? I don't like passing on Baron Savage. I kind of want to... make Seals. Seals is my grind game. I need that. But how do I achieve it? You think it's a furniture? If I think it's a furniture, I could keep Called by in hand like an absolute Giga Chad. But it's a 43 card deck with Tearlament sleeves. I don't know if that's so smart. I don't know how smart that is. We can Seals. I know we can Seals. But then it's just Seals, Savage, Called by, Maxi. I mean, that's fine, right? Surely. It's a Banish Gamma. So I could Tracer on the Striker Dragon. It would make Savage go down to 3,000, but it would still have the negate. But then I can't Seals. But I could, yeah, no, that's not good. We just make Seals. Because Seals is life. We will never get to make Seals. Okay, well. Let's see if you guys were right. Let's see if it was Labyrinth or what the hell that response window was. Okay, what was the response window? This is Numeron Cash Tira. What the hell was the response window? Can you even freaking do this thing after Shifter? No, you can't. Phenomenal. There's a 1 Macrocosmos, 1 Evenly. No thrust for it. Okay, yeah, that's... So the response was Scareclaw Cash? Tier Cash? Was it 5 summons yet for Nib? No. Anyways, man. $60 cards. Goddamn. That means Max C has like no chance of resolving. Gamma, Driver, Tracer, Striker, Savage. Right. Branded in high spirits with... Oh, they're gonna banish Mercurier for the thingy. That's nasty. That's good. That's a good play. Oh, it resolved. Okay, that's surprising. Magnamut. Juicy Magnamut. Give me that. Thank you for the kind words. Appreciate you. I'm glad you enjoy Runic Bestial. It is also one of my favorite decks of the past year, if not the favorite, if not my favorite, probably the favorite. I mean, the fact that they even started with special summon way to search Branded Fusion is very... They must be very frustrated right now. Because they also have the Magna in hand, and they really want to go Magna into Lubellion and all that, but it's really not looking all that juicy for them anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if they just timed out. It'd be a very Master Duel-esque thing. Right. Oh, what? I mean, you can draw a card with this regained. I don't freaking care, dude. Trigger your regained all you want. You finna die. What do I grab? What do I grab? Now, obviously, if they don't have a hand trap, they will simply die. But that my hand already kills them. My hand, Quick Launch, Absorouter, Serenir already kills them. What if they do have like a maxi into a bunch of hand traps? What do I want to do in that case? I feel like I could grab chamber just as a backup, you know? Like I have my rockets already. I have Abza Router. I have Levianir. I have Serenir, which gives me Lupelion. I can do all of it. Like just in case I don't kill them, I could grab chamber. I like that. Yeah, okay. Let's go and use Serenir in the end phase as well. Get rid of this. Just to better play around Maxi on my turn, get the Bystials out immediately. They have a Magna in hand, I need to be aware of that. Oh, dude, we are just the best. Oh, wait. I think I just Baron the Magna. Oh, they have more. Okay. It's not Nib yet, though. What is it, though? It has to be another Bystial, but I don't think that matters too much. I think we just pop the regained. Sure. Doesn't really matter. Yeah. Which make triple burst. We use Dark to bring back their Magna, triple burst, Pisty with the thing from hand. It was yeah. Man, the deck is still good. It doesn't feel much worse even. Okay, this hand is the first one that just does nothing. Please shotgun Maxi. I have a dangerous Kashtira Fenrir in my hand. You want to... Yeah. Oh, not quite the... that's not what I meant. Okay, well. That's not quite what I was saying, but I guess we draw a card off of it. Give me Rocket Tracer. Seals pass. Field Pass kind of works, no? It's not even that bad because we're gonna float. We're gonna the regained gonna let's see what it is first, because it could be flu, it could be vanquish soul, it could be stun, whatever, you know. Actually, without shifter, the hand wasn't even that bad. Oh, that's cash. Okay. Do I bounce the Pathfinder, or do I mean, I bounce the Pathfinder, I think. Yeah, I bounce the Pathfinder. Bounce the field spell? No, I don't think so. Because next turn, next turn, they have to normal summon it again instead of just throwing down the field spell again, right? If they have Unicorn, if they have Pathfinder Unicorn, freaking one, what's it called? One seals is not going to stop them anyways. Hmm. I mean, the chances are overwhelmingly against us here. If they hit one Unicorn. Yeah. They hit 2. Maybe they forget that they normal summoned, right? They grab Earth here because they have Fenrir. No. Okay, never lucky. Yeah, we can't beat a Rise Heart. I don't even know if we play outs to a Rise Heart in this list right now. It's not like you really should. Like, there's not that much Kashtira on ladder, I don't think. Here, Cash. What the? Interesting. Do you have Rise Heart in hand already? Or what? Yeah, okay. There's a ton of cash. I don't see that many. We could play talents. We could play talents. Oh, Big Bang in hand, banished with this. That just game if they summon Fenrir? Not quite yet. It was game if they summoned the Arise Heart on the Shangri, right? Then it was gonna be game. Oh, Prosp anyways, right, true. True. Yeah, the list doesn't have an out to a Arise Heart in this situation. To be fair, even without Shifter, we probably don't win that because our hand was not very good against Cash. Can we continue the streak of Maxi resolving going second? Question mark. Oh, it's a free Banlist dragon. Okay. That card is banned. You are cheating. Uh-oh. All right, I'm going to the toilet. That's gonna take a while. How are you only at Romulus? What? What the hell? I was like, I should hurry. Maybe it's my turn yet. You're... God damn it. Currently a Sword Soul player in the TCG. I'm considering changing decks to something a bit more competitive, and I'm thinking of playing Vanquish Soul. My question is, should I buy the Vanquish Soul core now or wait for a possible reprint? I don't know how much Vanquish Soul is right now. I think it's still somewhat expensive, but probably not as expensive as they were on release date. The thing is, I really don't know when and how they would reprint Vanquish Soul. These kind of side set thingies usually take a while to be reprinted. How is that? Oh, no. What happened? There's no way. Well, anyways. Peter P, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Now that's a problem. That's a problem. I was like, God damn, they can make like they can't max see me because of called by. I'm like, I'm chilling. I am not chilling. I'll tell you that much. Oh god. Okay, well. I needed one Bestial to be fine here. One Bestial and I was cooking. I could Dragon Ravine, send Magna, and then regain, you know, it. You were also not chilling if they sealed your normal summon? No, I was vibing. Ravine, discard, tidying? What do you mean? That doesn't kill. I mean, yeah, okay, I don't need to kill them though. I don't mind the game going for a turn. Still in main phase. Seals effect. Are you bouncing my regained? Really? No. Okay. Good. That's why I sent the Magna for regained. I'm under a draw, but I can still add from graveyard, so it's okay. The somewhat good thing is they also can't... I mean, they can summon Magna as well. They summon Druis, though. Okay. Interesting. Up. Up. Continue. Let's think about this for a second. I mean, I can't do much. If I attack... Yeah, it's fine. What are you thinking about? Okay. Magna can add from grave. That's why. And it's the best one to bring back on their turn with regained, I think. Now that's probably just game if they know how to play the deck. What do I even still know from their hand? I didn't pay it. I mean, I was gone, so it's not like I could pay attention. But what the hell happened? Do they have another baby dragon or what? Like, what's going on? They even drew with Chaos Space. Like, what the hell happened? Ravine effect. Discard Ash. Okay, I have Tidying to stop them from going for game, because you can summon Chamber from hand, which is interesting. Send Serenir. Have we done React Andy yet? No, we haven't. No, we have not. End phase. Okay. I wish I had a second chamber in the deck, but I don't. Not chamber, a second tidying, but I do not. It's okay. Something has gone terribly wrong. Where's the... Okay, Ash number 2, phenomenal. Actually, I probably had game. I forgot about Dark, but what I was gonna do is I was just gonna go Seals, and then Levianeer the last card in their hand, because I have Darks. And then I clicked on Battle Phase and I was like, wait, Dark is probably game, but it's fine. I don't think they can draw one card to stop this. I like no shot. What are they gonna draw? Isn't popping Ravine better? I don't think so, because they last turn Ravine also didn't do anything for them. Now that's fucking annoying, because if I bounce it, they can discard it for Ravine. God damn it! Hey, what? Is this? I bounced safer. They discarded for Ravine. They sent whatever. They add back Lubellion. They use Lubellion. They grab Magnamut. Is that bad? I mean, it's just gonna be Magnamut, nothing else. Probably still better to do this now. Oops. You can also wait, yeah, but I don't wanna like, you know. It's probably irrelevant. I'm just annoyed out of principle right now. Really is the reality. I'm just annoyed is all. Almost like Seyfried is a good card and is worth playing regardless of Wyvern Burster's legality? No, it's not. It's absolutely not worth playing. Is Noctovision good? You could play Noctovision. What do you think of World Legacy Guard Dragon in this deck? I mean, it's... I don't think it's worth playing without Ib. What did they target? Chamber. Why'd you target Chamber? Brother. That was the one thing you needed not to click, my friend. That was the one card you were not supposed to click. Out of all the ones that popped up in your little window right there, that was the one. God damn it, man. Nefarious Salati, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. God damn, man. Okay, how do I do this? I go Tracer. I can pop the black metal and make Savage. That forces them. Just make Striker. I have no excuse. It has to be a paid actor. You guys are right. It has to be a paid actor. There's no shot. There's no shot out of all the things you clicked the freaking Chamber Dragon made. Maybe they just didn't know the trap had a graveyard effect and they wanted to get rid of it for some other reason. I don't know. I mean, that must be what happened, but like, that doesn't, yeah. That still doesn't really make it better. I don't know what I'm doing. It doesn't matter. Bro, I can equip black metal to red ice darkness metal. That's funny. Veg didn't equip. Chill. I still can. Calm down. Where is it? There. Poggers. It's been done. For the first time in the history of Dragon Link, Black Metal Dragon has been equipped to a Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon. God damn, we should have lost that game. We should have lost that game. I don't know. I have no idea what they did. How is that there? No one tell them. No one tell them how that happened. No narcs. No narcs. Where TCG runic testing? Tomorrow. I already said it earlier. I'm playing a regional on Sunday, and I'm building my deck for it tomorrow on stream. And I drew both. I drew double chamber and my tidying. I hate this hand. This hand is awful. Well, no effect. You go king with your cyber sleeves, dude. Surely it's not a cybers deck. We are Master Duel's strongest soldiers staring at each other right now. God, yes. Now, please don't do it again. Wait, I didn't even make Striker Dragon. I should have made Striker Dragon first. No, I said don't. Oh, come on, man. All right, well. I mean, surely I make seals, right? For one draw? Nah? Nah, what? What if they draw circular? I only have one tidying to protect me. They're mega bricked if they normal summon Veiler? No, you know what card is in their hand? 100%? It's freaking Parallel Exceed. They have Parallel Exceed, 100%. So if I like... If they draw something like circular and I have to use my tidying early, I get Omega cooked by any normal summon. No shot. I make seals. I make seals. Because seals can float into a bestial, which I can then bounce with tidying. All that. Like, even if they draw circular, it's probably better to have seals than not to have seals. That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. That's all right. Okay. Okay, hold up. So, Parallel Exceed has to be summoned to the zone it points to, right? So if I just tidying the Link monster, the Exceed stays in hand. So I don't have to bounce the Ghost Bell. I can just bounce the Link monster. Just in case, I'm gonna tribute this for cost and get a Magnamoot from the graveyard effect. This plays into talents. I just realized they won't have it. They don't have it. We're Gucci. There it is. There it is. I knew about that. I saw it coming. Get out of here. Get out of here, Cybers. Bozo. All right, easy clap. Easy clap. Give me Math Mech again. I dare you. Activate Circular. Do it. Okay, probably not. 45 cards too. Don't bully Cybers enjoyers. They've suffered enough. Well, not in Master Duel. They've suffered in real life, but not in Master Duel yet. Those were 3 very confusing reveals, I'm not gonna lie. There was 2 ninjas, and then there was a freaking sprite jet. I don't think you're supposed to ash this. I forgot. We've played ninjas before. That's the one I want to ash. The one that like summons a bunch of them from the deck. What the? I feel like I'm supposed to ash this now. This summons 2 monsters from the deck. I'm ashing this. Pack, thank you for the 21 months. Appreciate that. Happy New Year to you. I'm ashing Crawler Soma. Okay. Phenomenal. Cool. Hog Champion even. Okay, that's not a very good hand. If they interact with my normal summon, I am out of here. I'm actually losing to Ninja Sprites Crawlers. This does not... Stealing this doesn't make it like forget the level, right? That's not what it... That's not how that works, right? I don't think it does anything. No. Test it. I don't want to give them the info that I have a Bestial though. If it doesn't actually do anything. Okay. Ah, they didn't do anything. Okay, phenomenal. I'm pretty sure they could have quick effect fused, no? Oh no, man. Okay, this is a monster negate, but I really want Boot Sector with this hand. I care less about the Red Eyes search. Does this have a quick effect? No. Ryan, thank you for the 20 months, and Woodwire, thank you for the 5. They ash? They ash. Okay. Lee Toucan, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Activate. Launch the Boot Sector. Okay. This is during the main phase. I could just try to go battle phase, force them to fuse. Tobari can't die by battle. Oh, right. Never mind. Well, I could still attack the Mitsu, which would also be good. Give me some Roquetos. Go. All right. Here we are. Hanzo is a dark, which is very funny. Chaos Ruler? I don't play Chaos Ruler. Chaos Ruler is banned. Chaos Ruler is banned. Let's do this. Spanish the black metal or the hands. Does it ever matter what they have in the graveyard? They have a book that summons from banished. I know that. I think it's better if I banish mine. Okay. I'm not sure if that matters. Because it sets a trap that they can't use this turn. But it sets a monster they could potentially flip up with Mitsu. Green Ninja. That book's something. Okay. If they use Mitsu... Okay, fuse. Mason... Mason is not the banish one. Yeah, that's special summon one. But they can book my Tracer now, and I don't play... what's it called? Caliber anymore to get another tuner. Oh. Okay. They still have the monster negate here, but I could go battle phase and attack it. Right? But they still have if this one this summons one from the deck, right? So they can summon the one that books two of my guys, which is really annoying. But I still, either way, I go battle phase first, I think. And I attack this thing. Go away. But I have to play into this. I can't not play into this. I have to banish the Hanzo. They chain this probably. Yeah. I mean, the book too really fucks me up here. It's messed up. How am I going to deal with that? Tuner gone. I've played ninjas for like 2 straight days and I have never opened as powerful. Great. Seals. Send Lubellion. Tribute seals. But then what? Tribute seals doesn't do anything. Like I can get Oh, it's this. This needs to go. Should have probably tributed one of the set monsters instead, but we'll see. Ah! Oh. Right, they do that. Add a ninja from your deck to your hand. That's unfortunate. That. Come on, man. What is happening? Oh, God. Man. Come on, man. What am I supposed to do? What is happening, dude? Oh, God. What the hell is Crawler Ninja Sprite, man? What are you doing, man? Stop. Okay, last card in hand is the Fat Crawler. I still have Boot Sector to revive too. It's not actually Drover, I don't think. No, not the Green Ninja. No, they can flip my rocket recharger face up. That's not fair. No, man, stop. Mannequin Cat, what? I don't have a level 2, do I? Oh, they can give me seals. What? Eh? Okay. 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 They want a dark or dragon. What was that? No, what was that? Like, actually, what was that? What happened? Why did you do that? I am confused, man. IP, okay. Let me cook. Give me a bestial. That's fine. That's actually okay. Why can't I flip the recharger? What is that? Oh, that's this dude. I can't flip it back up. That's a problem. I definitely should have hold up. Target a face-up monster you control and a rocket in your grave. That's a fucking problem, dude. I need you to use IP, my dude. Thank you. Now I'm still not happy. But make Evermax? Appaloosa. What? Bro, you just lost the game. Okay, fine. All good. That is a freaking recipe if I've ever seen one. God damn. All right, that was a game. Yeah. Look, let's just move on. I'm too confused. That was the first time Branded Beast did something. At least that was good. Without Branded Beast, we had a lot of we would have had a problem there. This hand's fine. It plays and it has an out to maxi. That's really all you can ask for. Last run with dragons? No, we're playing post Banlist dragons already. And this deck is still legit, very much. Why did I summon the red eyes already? I didn't need to do that. Are you doing the YouTube combo? See, I don't know the YouTube combo, so I probably not. I feel like it has to be Striker. Striker adding back Tracer. Awkward. This hand is awkward. I could normal summon Ash to turn this into a Baron before doing anything else. I can summon... If I just make Romulus, I would have to discard a Bestial for my Ravine, which doesn't seem that good. I'm not sure how good this line is, but... Veiler. Okay. Not too bad. What's with the freaking Wawas in chat? What does that mean? I don't know. I don't understand it. We made like 8 duels and didn't summon Borland once. It is a lot harder to make Borland without the baby dragons. Maybe there's a possibility though that I just don't know the lines for it well enough. That's 100% a possibility. But I do agree it is it seems harder to make that happen. I don't play quad moral Delinger stuff, no, at the moment. There's a lot of ways you can take this deck after the ban list, I think. Okay, so the reason why we banished their effect Veiler is now that this pattern has both options available, which is nice. I mean, yeah, imperming seals. All right, fine. Okay. Tanky. What does Tanky add? Fractal? Zodiac. True, it could be Zodiac. I mean, what else am I gonna ash against Zodiac? So the best... Oh, they didn't have a normal summon. Okay. Cool. Noted. Just summon Baldrake and win. See, that would have worked if I didn't open I drew my only Baldrake. I couldn't summon another Baldrake with seals. I'm gonna be honest with you. For the very first version of the deck, the deck seems fine. Dragon seems fine. Like, I don't know if it's still top tier or anything like that. I don't even know if this is the best version of the deck, but I'm pretty confident you can still play dragons if you want to. I'm pretty sure you can still play Bestial Dragon Link if you want to. I saw someone tech double disruptor with Furious Dragon. Yeah, something like that, right? The stuff that won French nationals, I think. That 1 year. Uh-oh, Super Poly. Ash. Rep. Mikanko. Going first? Mikanko, though, without Gen and Ken. Interesting. Trish has been saying it's fine. I mean, they have to say that, though, right? You're dead, bro. Yeah, probably. Adding Hare to hand is interesting. Isn't that usually the one you don't want to draw? Bro, why did you go first? If you play double-edged sword and shit like that. I'm confused. A lot of decks can't deal with Huli Pass. Well, I can. Rivalry. They don't usually play that. If you control a Mikanko, target a face-up monster on the field, equip it with one equip set from your deck. Okay, so that's a snatch steal, essentially. I'm pretty sure they misclick. I'm pretty sure they just misclicked going first. Anyways, we take those. Easy clap. You play one? Well, I haven't. I'm going off of the TCG list. The TCG list, they played the other trap though, right? Do they play both? I feel like they only play Spirit Walk in the TCG right now. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm not completely up to date with the Mikanko goo in the TCG. There's another trap. In the TCG there is, but people in chat are saying it's not in Master Duel yet, so maybe that's why they play that one. That's a lot of cards in my hand that I don't want to draw. Driver, Red Eyes, Darkness Metal, and Branded Beast. That, and, yeah, okay, yeah. Alright, yeah. Well, I mean, oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's enough. I've seen enough. We don't beat that. We don't beat that. We leave that one behind quickly. We forget about that one. It cancels out the Mikanko game. It's fine. We're losing a lot of coin flips though. This is like 3 or 4 in a row now. Okay, be honest, Smooth. Have you been holding that sub the entire day for the moment that I would draw Driver? Because I think this was the first time I've drawn Driver today. Have you been? Yes. Okay, that's what I thought. That makes sense. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. You had it pasted in there, waiting for that moment. I respect that. I respect the grind. Thank you for the 2 months. Ooh, a based individual. Oh, but they're gonna make Chaos Ruler, which is a forbidden card. That's a banned card. You can't actually, you're not allowed to make that right here. Yeah, you're cheating. That's cheating. Unfortunately. Sprite Bestial. Okay, I forgive you. That is based. Sprite Blue. Okay, now how do they get a level 2 onto the field? Well, they haven't normal summoned yet. I should have Magnamooted that. Maybe. That Chaos Ruler was insane. Okay. That was busted. Is the token a tuner? The token is not a tuner. All right. It is? Wait, no. Oh, it can be treated as a tuner. I was just checking the thing on the card. Okay. No, I didn't. Oh, okay. I see. I was like, what kind of answer is that? Is it a tuner? It can be. Well, okay. No, you're right though. It can be. Yeah, we get fucked up. We probably keep the Magna for our turn. Gamma. Okay, they milled both targets for Jet, the good ones. That's good for us. But they're gonna mess us up. I was expecting them to bring back Lubellion, but they just banished it. You have a lot of gas. My hand is good. My hand is good. I still don't know if I can beat that. That was a freaking custom Chaos Ruler. Because it also milled Ringo Worm and added Sprite Blue. That was insane. Well, my hand is good. That is true. I need to remember the Gamma Burst because it makes it harder to run over Sprite Elf or IP if they make that. Something like that. How does this work again? Okay. So they can bring back Chaos Ruler. Oh no, they can't right now. They have no light. They have to get the apple back into the grave. There's no... You gigantic lock yourself right now? Before using Chaos Ruler and Assault Synchron? Okay. That's questionable. That is questionable. It still is a threatening opener. It's a good opening. Carrot, Elf, this patter, Gamma Burst, one more set. All right. All right. Well. Magna Search as well. Yeah. Okay. Druid Swarm. Okay, no, I didn't need another normal summon. That's not great. All right, so activate regained. See if they carrot it. I think they could. I think carroting here is reasonable. That card is very strong. They do. Yes. Just click no. Okay. I love when that happens. I love when that happens because like their opener was just good enough for me to be like, I probably can't win this, but I can try. You know, my hand was good. And then it's just like, nah, the game end right here. We don't actually play Yu-Gi-Oh. Think you'll try Pearly? I mean, I built it earlier. That's... How many games in a row have I been going second now? Like 6? Seven? I haven't counted. What's the name of the website you and the other YouTubers have been using for info? You probably mean YG Organization or Road of the King for OCG info. Now, why do I not draw a single Bestial against Tearlaments? And why did they go Mudora discard Keldo instead of Keldo discard Mudora? Anyways. I mean, not that it really matters. You can't do that? Oh, right. Because... Right. I forgot that Keldo has to search. If... yeah, okay. Fair enough. They could search Zolga the Prophet, yeah. There's still Zolga. What about that? Is Seyfried good without the babies? I mean, it's not a bad card now, but I don't play it right now. I don't think it's good enough because it simply isn't a good normal summon anymore. It still is like a good discard for Ravine. Sometimes it's a good summon off of seals. Sometimes you want to send it with Ravine, but it's just like it not being a good starter card just makes it infinitely worse to me. Okay, they milled Sharon, they milled Meta Noise to add back Havness, and they milled Heartbeat. Okay, yeah, that's criminal. Oh god, dude, if I had one Bestial in my Bestial Dragon deck, man. Imagine that. Imagine that. Could you imagine that? No, I drew like 3 Bestials against Kashtera earlier. Oh, man. When is the ban list live? In a week. In a week. I think it's the 10th exactly. So today in 1 week. Dealing with Runic Destruction being limited isn't that hard, honestly. Like, even though I hate seeing Runic hits, obviously, I think you can deal with 1 Destruction. You just add another Runic spell, a different one. It makes it slightly worse, but it's fine, I think. Oh god, they're not done. Oh god. God, dude. Bro, make it stop, man. One Bestial would have stopped them. And I'm out here drawing Beast, Regained, and Red Eyes. The hell? Okay, Sharon, Havness, Crime, Saliak. We've been destroyed. Arcticide, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. NH6574, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate you. We've won a coin flip. Would you believe it? It's incredible. Maybe we can avoid de-ranking. God damn. Good hand. Nah, we got 2 ashes for that. No problem. Calm down. Is black metal a 1-card combo? Yeah. You can. It's not as good as a one card combo as it used to be. Without Chaos Ruler. They have another hand trap. That's concerning. Ash, okay. Well, in that case, it's not one card. It's, well, I mean, it's one card seals. It's still pretty good here, but it's one card seals plus a little bit of follow-up because we get to search the red eyes, the other red eyes. Or not. Or freaking not, dude. I think you should cut Beast for another tidying. I almost tend to agree. I kind of like the tidying more this so far. We've used Branded Beast once. Like, we've put it to good use legitimately once. I want to play the game, man. I want to play the game. I can't play the game, man. I mean, yeah, it's MathMech. Who could have guessed? The most interactive gameplay always comes from MathMech. Do I make seals here? I don't think I do. I think I just leave it like this. They basically need, like, they need circular plus an out to Maxi, but even then they lose to Branded Beast. So it's fine. We don't need to make seals. Because seals could get called by, the seals could get ashed, whatever. There's like a 99% chance this is freaking MathMech. There's like no shot it's not. Hipster, thank you for the 11 months. Happy New Year to you as well. Samsonite, thank you for the 7. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Thank God only one diameter though. Perennial, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you. Okay, so cool dragon combo post Banlist. Okay, I'll watch it because Skrelp sent it. I'll watch it because Skrelp sent it. Hold up, because that's also because the thumbnail is very good. V-Link, dude. Freaking V-Link. This is one of those things. This is one of those things that I know it's legal, but it doesn't feel legal. This is one of those things, you know, like going into the supermarket and leaving without buying anything, you know, those kind of things where you do it, you know it's completely fine, but it doesn't feel like a legal thing you can do, right? Doing this feels the exact same way. Oh God. Is Singularity the first one to have those arrows to make it possible? I don't remember. Yeah? Okay. Like Zeroboros? Well, I mean, you can, yeah, Zeroboros has it, but like it's you won't have a lot of fun making Zeroboros and then V-linking. You have to like negate, yeah, you have to negate your own Zeroboros first. And then like, I mean, ever since ever since the last master rule change, extra linking isn't even that powerful anymore, so it's kind of irrelevant in the first place. This hand is so awkward, man. Is U-Link a thing in the TCG? It was a thing in like 2018 or 17. I don't remember when Goki was a thing. But that was when it mattered. You know what? I think I'm gonna get branded Beast some time in the spotlight while I have it. It's not better here, I don't think, but I could go Serenir, send branded Regained, and then Lubellion, activate Beast, and then I have both on the opponent's turn. I'll do that just because I can. I don't actually think it's better, but I'll do it because I can. Pop. There we go. And now you could use 2 if you use Singularity. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Small World? Well, go ahead. Oh, it's another Mathmech duelist only opening 1 hand trap. That's what kind of Cybers player are you? You're terrible at the game. What the hell? What the hell? Maestro Zilinio, thank you for the 6 months and the kind words. Appreciate you. I mean, yeah, let the circular happen. Sure. Go ahead. Regain effect. Beep. Did you change your mic or am I crazy? You might not be crazy. My mic wasn't working this morning and I don't know what exactly changed. So people have been saying I sound a little different. I'm gonna fix it for tomorrow. Why does everyone draw the 1 of diameter like it's their freaking day job, man? I mean, I feel like just Baron this. And Boral and the circular. The reason why I didn't just Druisworm the thing is because I do kind of want the diameter to not be there, right? Like, because if they exceed with it, they get an Omni and stuff like that. Like, I didn't want that. Maybe it was fine. Maybe they have talents, but I don't think. Yeah, I mean, they can have talents here, but it's like it doesn't do that much. They have to draw with it, but like fine. We still have Druid plus Beast, and they have normal summoned and use circular. I don't think there's a way for them. Like, even something like Parallel Exceed doesn't get them out of there. Sure, that's fine. It's fine too. They can't out-barrel anyways? Well, I mean, it's just terahertz per game always, right? Let's see if we can rank up with Dragon and then play something else, because we haven't played anything else yet. But I do think Dragon is the most exciting deck to play after the Banlist. Well, out of the decks that got weaker, right? Like, we can't try the decks that got off the Banlist yet, like Dragon Rulers or anything like that. We can't try those yet, because the thing is not implemented yet. But, like, I mean, it's far more interesting to try this deck than trying, like, I don't know, a Runic deck that lost 1 destruction. Or something like that. Play Dragon Rulers? I want to play Dragon Rulers. I really want to, but I can't yet. You can try Kashtira? I can, but I don't want to. Alright. Ooh, Royal Rock. Give me that. Give me that. I want it. You don't like Kashtira? Well, I don't like it that much, no. I like seeing Runic. Well, I like seeing Runic too. I'm just saying from a scale, like, how interesting is it as opposed to pre-Banlist? You know what I mean? Like, it used to be almost the same deck as it is now, right? So I'm trying to find out what changed rather than what stayed the same. They have a Royal Jiao Long as well. They got everything. Holy. Okay. They just have everything, let me tell you. And they are playing into Nibiru very hard. But we don't have it. We don't play it either, so. Kurikara, okay. So Kurikara, Raisin, and the Trap card in hand. Well, that's still trouble, right? Do they have a second Dark for Borger? Apparently, and they also have a freaking Royal Borger. Oh no, they don't. Okay. 1 set. Okay, we know 3 out of their 4 cards, which is something. That's bad. So they have all 3 attributes for the trap now, which is a little bit of a problem. Just a little bit. It had to be the last card. You know everything about their hand. There's 1 unknown. You know what it's gonna be. You know what it's gonna be. Hornet drones. Sky Striker? Well, you have Sky Striker sleeves too, so most likely. Ishumi, thank you for the first time Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Shizuku Pass. Well, that's something. I feel like I let that Shizuku go in order to ash a potential maxi. Okay, could have ashed it. Didn't know about that. Would have been nice to tell me about that beforehand game, but all right. The hand isn't great, but it's also not bad. The fact that they don't have Ray is kind of irrelevant here because I have a Bastille anyways, but I mean... Okay. Can't out that shit. Activate boot sector, special tracer, make this patter, send Lubellion. Do I attack first just in case anything weird happens? I don't know what would happen though. Not sure what would happen. I feel like we can do this. Doesn't feel like there's a great... I mean, Nib could happen, but Nib happens anyways. Whether it happens main phase 1 or main phase 2, I don't think matters. Kind of fucks me up anyways. Called by probably. Well, called by wouldn't be too bad here. I could make Baron. The more conservative approach, but this pattern has so much upside to it if it works. Like, I send Lubellion, I bring back Trace Recharger, which makes me able to go Seals. The Lubellion gives me Regain, which is a huge card against a grindy deck like Striker. Or I just get Branded Beast. If I make Baron, I don't even have Seals next to it. I think it's worth trying this pattern. Because I think the set is most likely Widow Anchor or Imperm, which would, like, if they use it now on my disc pattern, I still end on Seals and get the Lubellion trap, which is fine. Or Lubellion spell. We'll see. Or Veiler, that's fine. I cannot... Yeah, I can't negate. They don't have a banished card. Now it would have actually been better for me if they had Ray, because I could have banished theirs. Which is funny, but... I think I attack now. See what happens. Works. Alright. I mean, this is chill. I know they have one engage in hand. The other card, I don't know. If they have an Imperm or... I mean, the most likely thing is Imperm or Widow Anchor, so they're going to use it here, which sucks for me. But, I mean, it's okay. Go, thank you for the 3 months, appreciate that. And Davey Senator, thank you for the 14 as well. Trying Runic Bestial on Master Duel, lose a lot going second. I mean, the deck isn't that good in Master Duel. I'm just playing it because I think it's fun. It's playable, but it's not like top tier in Master Duel. Maybe not even necessary to Ash here, honestly, because they wouldn't draw with it. And it opens me up to stuff like talents. Or they just don't have any of that, okay. Well, I actually don't have any follow-up here. Which is a little annoying. So I could seals my own boot sector to get Magna. If they have Ash on that, though, we are staring at each other menacingly. Let's try it, though. I think it's worth the... Because seals defensively against Sky Striker isn't even that good. It's not like if they have Ray next turn, like that outs my seal alone. They have Ash, yeah, it was fine. We bait the Ash, and if we draw like normal summon, we're Gucci. Or a Bestial. Any Bestial completely cooks them as well, so we should be very favored here. Yeah. Okay, next turn though. I'll get you at some point. You can't dodge me forever. You can't dodge me forever, little bro. Yep. Now it's gonna happen. Don't do it again. Okay, I'll have another one. I'll have another one. Actually, do it again. It'd be funny. No, okay. No sense of humor. I see how it is. Is this the famous Sky Striker grind game? Yes, this is it. It's another effect veiler. God damn it. Banish all the effect veilers. This is 5k. They're on 51. Is there a way I can game? Romulus gets Ravine. Recharger is banished though. I don't think it's game. Whatever, man. I'm tilted. Normal Ash, bro. Interesting take. The second seal didn't indeed come up. I mean, we didn't need it though. Like, if we just pass, it's also fine. Like, what are they gonna draw? What are they gonna draw? Yep, that's right. Ravine sent Abzo, grab Tracer, normal Tracer. Yeah, but then I have turned 2 Bestials into a Romulus, which is significantly smaller than 5,000. Do you realize that? In order to get Ravine, I need to link off the 2 Bestials, which is minus 5,000 attack. Or did we just ignore that fact? Oh, yeah. Right. How do I just never draw Bystials into matchups where Bystials are actually good? Is my question. Anyone thought about that? And I keep drawing freaking Branded Beast. I need to remove Branded Beast. I'm annoyed by it. Like, I'm actually annoyed by it. The card needs to go. Thank you, not Mathmech Circular, for the follow. It's not your job, Skrelp, to thank the follows. Don't do that. I was gonna ignore it. If you were Mathmech Circular, I would ban you. Yeah, thank God they are named not Mathmech Circular. Thank God. Otherwise, man. Or else. That's a banned card. You're playing a banned card. You're cheating on me. What is it that you guys want to try when the new ban list hits? Like, from the stuff that gets off the ban list, because there's quite a few things that are getting off, right? There has to be something you guys are excited for, right? At the same time, when does the next pack release as well? Like, when does the next pack release? I'm talking Master Duel right now. We'll talk about TCG tomorrow. Someone said stun. First time chatter, stun, Giga Chat. I'm gonna make a new stun version. I'm gonna be the hero of the stun community. They think they've lost all the floodgates. I'm here for them. I'm making a new stun deck. Zoo with Terror Top? Dude, if you think, it's very cute that you think the best way to use Terror Top is to make Invoker in Zodiac. Is adorable. It's like saying, I'm gonna use Terror Top to make my BA strategy great again. I'm gonna go Terror Top, make Dante, mill 3, and hopefully I'll hit something so I can end on, like, a Fog Blade. Terror Top is full Ghost Trick combo. Yeah, so is Per Lily. What are you trying to say? Stevie, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Now, will it ever be my turn, chat? Will it ever be my turn? What do you think? I don't think so. I've given up hope. I don't think I'll get a turn. How do we out this board? We probably don't. Okay, that was a very tame Chaos Ruler. Only adding a Serenir to hand, milling nothing of value. But they just have fun cooking right now, so I'm kind of letting them, you know? I'm kind of letting them because I want to try to play into it, even though it doesn't look winnable. It doesn't look winnable, but, you know, you never know. So what is it? IP? I mean, yeah, it's not really a surprise that pre-Banlist Dragon Link going first with full combo against no hand trap post-Banlist Dragon Link is probably winning the game. What a shocker. I am beyond shocked. No, I'm no weighing even. What about the world champ difference? Well, not with this hand, dude. Not with this hand. Ain't no difference big enough. Imagine setting Albaz. You didn't need that, G. You didn't need that. That was not necessary. But okay, I'll accept it. All right, well. Okay. Okay. That was a fun Dragon Link session. I think you can still improve on this list. We haven't made any changes during the day. I think there's definitely some things you can still do about it. Honestly, playing it this close to 40 cards doesn't even feel that great to me because I really didn't like drawing. I mean, obviously Driver, but cards like this, Branded Beast, Tidying. Like, there's a couple cards like Ravine Sector. There's a couple of cards you just don't want to draw. I kind of feel like Dragon Link is in a more comfortable spot if you bump it up somewhere around like 43, 4 or 5-ish. I think it's fine. But you can still play dragons after the ban list, I think. Levianeer, as I expected, doesn't seem very good because it just isn't as searchable anymore without Chaos Space and Seyfert, right? Like, one of the main ways you would search Levianeer, quote unquote search, is you would send it to the graveyard with a Ravine and then add it back with Seyfert. Like, the one of as a target for Magnamut, honestly, it doesn't seem worth it. Like, it's been breaking more hands than it's actually been helping. I feel like there's a lot of like there just needs to be a little bit of a, you just need to approach this deck slightly differently, I think, than beforehand, but then it can still be fine. Dark target is broken sometimes. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Searching Levianeer when you crash Dark gives you some lines going second. Could happen. Yeah, I didn't really pay that much attention to it, but I don't think it would have come up much today. But it could have, yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe you keep playing the one safer, the one Levianeer, maybe you don't. But the deck is not dead, I don't think. I don't think, the way I see it, though, is I see it more as like a Bestial Seals control mid-range type of deck, which is still completely fine. You know, it still functions. Bestial control is strong, especially against some of the matchups that you would expect, right? Like, Branded is still a big deal moving forward, I think. Bestials are also good against Lab. They're good against Math Mech, right? So, like, you want to be playing, I think you want to be playing Bestials in the upcoming format. So, like, a Bestial Seals control type of deck could be completely fine, right? But we also have another pack coming out, right? When is the next the Super Heavy Samurai? Where probably Super Heavy Samurai. When is that? Also January 10th. Okay, so it's all happening next week. All right, cool. We're gonna try this stuff more next week. For now, because we are approaching the last hour of the stream, I want to switch over to something else real quick. Because I noticed, or like, I'm not sure exactly how big it was, but there's been a couple of discussions going on over my holidays, and I didn't really dive into it because I was on holidays. And I wanted to see if I could still weigh in on it, because it's only been like a couple days since it happened. I don't know exactly what the right order is for all of this, but I believe it started with this video, which is titled "Why Are We So Bad at Talking About Yu-Gi-Oh Cards" by MBT, which then sparked other discussions about like basically how we talk about Yu-Gi-Oh, which is something that I haven't watched the video yet, or any of the, I haven't gone on like a deep dive into the discussion or whatever, but it is something that I spend a fair amount of time thinking about. Like, because it is, I mean, it's my job is to also talk about Yu-Gi-Oh, and like the way we create content for this game is something that's very interesting. And it's started this whole discussion of, you know, how do we talk about Yu-Gi-Oh, how do we make, what's the best way of making competitive Yu-Gi-Oh content. And I wanted to join that discussion, and for that I need to, you know, get myself up to date. So we're quickly gonna do a little React Andy so we can have a overview of the situation. Let me know what how the volume is.
I want to talk about a Hexlex tweet. So a couple of days ago, YG Organization changed hands. If you're unfamiliar with this website, they do a really good job of reporting on new cards released into the OCG, which gives us a several month window to prepare for those cards coming here. If you want to stay up to date on premieres, it's the best place to do so, and apparently someone else thought so because they purchased the site. They also redesigned how it looked. I've seen a lot of tweets talking about how frustrating it is that it now looks like every other Web 2.0 website, but like, really? You're nostalgic for this layout? Anyway, YG Organization recently started posting opinion articles. I'm not sure if this is going to be a one-time thing or the start of a new series of articles by the previous site owner, but regardless, we got one for the new ban list, and as Hexlex points out in this tweet, it's not very useful. This article is meant to be a bit of an explainer for the new Yu-Gi-Oh!
Okay, first of all, I didn't know that. I didn't know they changed hands. Second of all, I don't know if it's besides the point probably, but I don't know if that's the best idea for them. Like, I personally, all I can say is I go to YG Organization straight up for info. I want info. I'm not going there for no opinion articles. I want the news to be structured in the best way possible without anything else getting in the way, I feel like, but sure.
Forbidden limited list that goes into effect on January 1st, 2024. And it does so by going through each individual hit and offering a little bit of the author's insight into why that hit happened and what it means for the upcoming format. Except it's not written as a technical text explaining a ban list, it's written as like a giant bomb article.
And this kind of shit.
There's gamer-adjacent AVGN-style takedowns just sort of peppered in with actual insight, and as a result, it occasionally ends up a little difficult to read. Now, Hexlex condemns this.
Wait, is this video just about a YG Organization article?
A little bit, but I want to get out in front of the hate. I think this article is fine. I think this article is very successful at what it sets out to be, which is one person's sarcastic takedown and opinion piece about the new list. In the resultant discussion, however, I found that people not only thought the article was bad, but they didn't really have a good vocabulary for explaining why it was bad. That's because they couldn't separate the badness of this article from the badness of over a decade of Yu-Gi-Oh content. This article is just one more in a pattern of years of Yu-Gi-Oh reporting that has largely usurped informative articles with content creator style sarcastic jabs at whatever they're talking about. This kind of begs the question, why are Yu-Gi-Oh players so bad at talking about Yu-Gi-Oh cards?
Are we? Are we bad at talking about Yu-Gi-Oh cards?
Articles like the one in the Hexlex tweet are so emblematic of just how weird Yu-Gi-Oh! Reporting has gotten. Discussions of cards are so often framed in the language of, oh, thank God this card is gone, I hated playing against it, or this card made me feel like an asshole, and so infrequently in like terms of this card is good or bad for the upcoming format. So today, I want to interrogate why Yu-Gi-Oh! Players suck at talking about the cards that we use to play the game that we all love. And thankfully, I think there's 3 reasons for this, which means we can sort them into categories that will be separated by a title card now. Okay, I hate to harp on this literally every time I talk about Yu-Gi-Oh!, but let's check out a parallel card game in Magic the Gathering. To my understanding, Magic largely doesn't have this problem. Yes, there are content creators that will make articles that sound exactly like what I'm complaining about, and certainly there's no shortage of individuals who will make reaction-style videos when Magic's Banlist gets updated, but those are paired alongside a robust infrastructure of individuals talking about what the changes mean for the various impacted formats. In my opinion, the reason Magic...
I mean, we have that too, though, no? Like, we have, when a new, just as an example, when a ban list drops, right? You have the first initial reaction of, like, everyone, but then people do sit down and do, like, what it means and all that kind of stuff. Not everyone writes a freaking article about it, but we've talked about it in detail, right? Like, my initial ban list reactions usually aren't, like, 8 minutes, like that change, don't like that change. Like, we talk about it more than that.
Gathering players are able to have that kind of intelligent discussion is twofold. Firstly, there is a reason to get to know every single card in the set. Yu-Gi-Oh! Players are usually not particularly literate when it comes to what's legal. This isn't really their fault. There's one format and every card that's ever been printed is legal. You're not going to remember, like, Taylor of the Fickle exists, for instance, right? Yu-Gi-Oh! Players specialize early. Usually they go to a tier list video, pick a deck they think looks like something they'd enjoy, learn the ins and the outs of the strategy, and just sort of hope whatever your opponent's doing isn't going to interact with you in any sort of meaningful way. If you play a deck like MathMech that occasionally gets new pieces of support but isn't itching for anything new, you could go like literal years without reading or learning any of the new cards. Inversely, if you want to play competitive Magic the Gathering, you are working with a much smaller card pool, and as a result you need to be much more familiar with what cards play what roles. If you want to play one of Magic's limited formats, you are going to need to know what cards are good in that format, why, and in what scenarios you will pick those cards for inclusion into your strategy, which dovetails nicely into the second reason that I think they're able to have this conversation more effectively. Cards in Magic the Gathering are powerful based on what format they are being played in. Something that's strong in Standard might not be very strong in Modern, or something that's strong in Modern might not have legs in Standard. This means that every single card that is released is going to be scrutinized from a bunch of different angles. Is it playable within a draft format? Is it playable in one of several constructed formats with wildly varying power levels? And in doing so, Magic the Gathering players develop a skill for card evaluation that has to be practiced even by casuals. I can't make that clear.
I don't think this is that different for Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't actually think there is many people out there playing a Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck for years and not at all looking at anything else, reading a card, or anything like that. I don't think that exists, because, like, even though, yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards are technically legal forever, right? Like, we still experience changing formats over and over and over again. So at least in the competitive sphere, where people are somewhat attached to a metagame or anything like that, right? They are forced to keep up with the game, right? Like, even if you play the same deck, right? You can play the same deck, but you have to, like, if you want to keep up, you still have to read the new stuff, right? Like, you're not, like, completely ignorant about evaluating cards or anything like that. I don't, because you can do the same thing in Magic, I'm pretty sure, outside the point that at some point your deck isn't legal anymore. Because if you just play with friends at home, you could just play whatever format you wanted to. But, like, I'm not exactly sure what the point being made is what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't want this to turn into a comparison between, like, Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, being more complex or forcing everyone to keep up with the game by whatever. Like, you could argue Because you can argue both ways. You can argue that Magic having a bunch of different formats and card legality changing constantly actually being somewhat overwhelming for people as well. Like, you can argue it in a way of a disadvantage as well. Like, if you want to play Magic, it's a lot of work actually to keep up with and even join any specific like tournament or format, because there's like 10 different Magic formats, and you're like, okay, what deck do I build for what format? And I'm sure there's some form of disadvantage for that as well when you go become a Magic player and have like a bunch of options, like what format do I play, whatever, right? So I don't know exactly what the point is. Basically, and moving away from Magic for a second, because I'm not a Magic expert. Like, I've played very little Magic in my life in general. Like, I would like to know what being bad at talking about Yu-Gi-Oh cards means. Like, what are we trying to prove even? But I guess
clearer than the fact that there are entire formats dedicated to rewarding that expression of skill, evaluating cards, and then deck building afterwards. Yu-Gi-Oh players don't actually ever have to exercise that part of their brain. It's really difficult for people to elucidate specifically why individual cards released in a new set are bad if they've never developed the underlying skills necessary to declare why any card is good or bad, or in what context it could be played. There's no limited format, there's a culture of net decking in Yu-Gi-Oh, which brings me to... You know, at some point I'm gonna have to talk about how I'm part of the problem. But not today! So Yu-Gi-Oh content has just sort of shaken out in a very specific way over the last 5 years. Since COVID, and I'd argue maybe a couple of years before that, people have cared a lot more about content creators and their opinion than they've cared about the actual underlying card game. Now, I just want to get out ahead of admitting I'm part of the problem. I think that's fine. God knows caring about the progression series in 2020 was a lot more fun than whatever Cecil format was, but it comes at the cost of consistent competitive content. I'd argue...
I will say, I can partially see what he's trying to get there, or trying to get to there. That, like, one thing I'm experiencing, you guys can let me know whether it's something that you guys experience as well, or whether my impression is correct, is that I think Yu-Gi-Oh, and that might also be true for any other card games, like trading card games are very hard to keep up with, right? This is one of the reasons why I'm so happy that I've been able to make it my job to do this, to keep up with the game. Is simply because, like, these sort of games, especially with the release schedule in recent years, it's very hard to stay up to date with Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And so doing all of this work on your own, right, is a very, very tough ask, right? Of like, okay, new set comes out, I have to read through all the cards, I have to evaluate for myself what is good, what is relevant now, what is irrelevant, and, you know, all that kind of stuff, right? And it's like, it simply is it's only natural that you go somewhere to look for other input, right? Like, whether it's go watch a tier list on whatever, go watch a Banlist reaction, go watch a set review of the newest set, whatever. This is why people consume content, right? I mean, it only makes sense, right? It's a very natural thing, and I'm sure people do the same in other card games, right? They go, like, they want someone else to look at this set of 100 new cards into the game and tell them what is good, what is bad, right? This is a completely normal thing that I'm sure is not exclusive to Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like, okay, there's this new set, 100 cards in it, please someone tell me what's relevant and what's not so relevant, right? And like, you go to someone, a content creator that you trust, and whatever. Like, it's a very, very normal thing. I do this, right? Even I do this sometimes when I like want to learn about a specific deck. I'm not doing everything from scratch. Like, why would you do everything from scratch when there is resources out there? That doesn't freaking mean that you're not able to think about cards, whether they're good or not, right? Like, it doesn't mean that. Like, this is not even exclusive to card games. People do that in every single game. Right? They freaking MOBAs, whatever. You go watch freaking guides or anything like that just to save time, because time is precious. Right? And I would argue if you watch someone who creates good Yu-Gi-Oh content and knows how to explain, you know, why a card is good or why a deck is good, explain it well, and you follow their thought process, you learn how to evaluate things, right? Of course, it could be that certain times when like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh content is being made, that it's not as in-depth or as specific as I guess MBT would like it to be for people to actually learn, you know, the fundamentals. Like I could, like when someone tells you, okay, this deck is good, maybe they don't go into so much detail that everyone who watches the video knows exactly why that deck is good, right? But overall, I think it's just a very natural thing, right?
That a lot of the reason why people don't feel motivated to write something like an article series interrogating the underlying assumptions of the pendulum strategy, why every pendulum deck just loads up on extenders, why people are allergic to non-engine, why for some reason almost every pendulum strategy, regardless of how it's designed, feels like people are trying to force it into the mold of Build-A-Board, is because regardless of what you say in that article, the comment section is going to look the same. People are going to be typing penned best deck because they heard a YouTuber say it once. That's why a lot of these articles mirror the same type of language that you would see in a YouTuber-style breakdown. The people who are writing it are responding to the wants of a community that has largely displayed they want to see the Bussy Boy and Farfa argue for the 50th time more than they want to see a breakdown of what the Sun Avalon combo actually looks like.
Well, I don't think this is, at least this might be a community issue, but I don't feel like that at all. When I stream, at least. Maybe this is just a different perspective because of the kind of community that we've fostered. You know, I'm pretty sure the culture in MBT's chat is different than it is here. But I feel like we don't have that problem. I feel like if I set the tone for it to be a serious discussion, we have serious discussions, right? Like we can have that. We have the trolling and all that and the pent best deck and all that in the right moments, right? But I do feel like this could be an issue of different Twitch streamers having just fostered a different community by year-long content creation in a certain way, right?
Combination of individual personalities and the decks that they champion also dovetails nicely into the third problem. So we talked about Magic in the first third, I'm now going to talk about Pokemon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a lot of the same baggage as Pokemon. Competitive Pokemon is super interesting and engaging, but regardless of how interesting or creative the teams that people come up with are, the comment section of every Weedle Twineedle video is going to have a couple of references to a Pimp Night video that released in 2007 where a Magikarp swept a team of Ubers. There's this residual you have to win with your favorites attitude that's very pervasive among the Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing casual fan base, but also kind of leaks into the competitive fan base as well. Sure, a significant amount of commenters are incapable of talking about a card like Mathmech Circular without mentioning that a well-timed Blue Eyes White Dragon can make quick work of any enemy, but a lot of really good players also internalized some lessons from the anime and learned that sticking by your chosen deck is a virtue. There's no way you can have that opinion regarding deck types and also amass the breadth of understanding necessary to speak from a position of authority about a whole bunch of other decks. All of this coalesces.
What was just said? What has been spoken? I was there. I listened to the entire sentence. But if you hold a gun to my head right now and tell me, summarize what he just said, or you die, I die. It's been real.
Into a weird, frustrating mess. There's no articles about the fallout of the list, except for ones by people unfamiliar with what the decks impacted do, but those articles are published even though they don't contain anything particularly helpful because you gotta publish something. That's how Yu-Gi-Oh! Content works! They got a Guido! Remember that meme? But the end result is the same. A community of gamers that are really, really bad at talking about their game pieces. I know what you're probably thinking. Okay, Joseph, Yu-Gi-Oh players can't explain themselves in a way that's satisfactory to you. Why is that my problem? Well, I think there's consequences to this. Yu-Gi-Oh players being bad at elucidating why cards are good and important for their decks betrays a larger problem, where Yu-Gi-Oh players straight up do not know why they are playing the cards they're playing. They know what a completed deck looks like, and they can get good.
Okay, one thing I will say, which he hasn't said that yet, but that would have actually made sense, is if you just said something along the lines of like, okay, Yu-Gi-Oh deck profile culture is very often like, look, this card is just, this card's broken. This card's the best card in the deck, and they say that about 5 different cards, right? And they're like, okay, this card's the best card in the deck. This card's broken. This card does everything, dude. You draw this card, you win. That kind of thing. While that is basically a pack profile, I'm joking. That is something that does happen. You know, this card's just crazy. This card's crazy. Yeah, this card's crazy. Yeah. I do think this is there is a and I don't know if I'm even getting to the bottom of this, of what he's trying to say right now, but let's just pretend he said something along those lines, right? Like, okay, Yu-Gi-Oh deck profile culture doesn't really teach you very often. You know, I would like to think my deck profiles are different usually, because they're typically longer than the usual deck profile, and I try to go more in depth on my decks usually, and but in general, this is definitely something that has happened, right? Like that's definitely a thing that happens a majority of the time, is that people take a deck, they play it, and but they don't actually understand why cards are there, like why the cards are actually good, why cards are so important, right? And they will just simply, I don't know, repeat what someone else has said, or if they don't know what they're gonna say about a card, they just say something along the lines, okay, this card's good, this card's broken, love this card, or whatever, or like didn't draw it the entire tournament or anything like that, right? So this kind of thing does happen, but generally, I think that's just a matter of picking the right content creator, I suppose. You know, like, I mean, if you, and also it's on your own, it's in your own best interest, right, to understand why your deck plays the cards that you're playing. But I guess his point is that there isn't enough content out there that tells you why you're playing the cards that you're playing, and in a response to that, everyone in the Yu-Gi-Oh community is a sheep and doesn't know why they're playing the cards that they're playing, somewhat, which I guess, I mean, that probably is right for some people, right? I mean, I can imagine some people being like that, right?
Wielding the tools that are available in their arsenal, but they lack the neural pathways necessary to explain why each card is in each slot and why other cards shouldn't be there. And the few people in the community that do have that ability aren't writing articles. They're racking up YCS wins. There's a lot that Yu-Gi-Oh has to do if we want to be taken as seriously as a game like Magic the Gathering when it comes to competitive play. Certainly as players, a lot of that is out of our hands. Giving the platform necessary to individuals who know what they're talking about and are able to describe it is something that we're not going to be able to do at a local level. But one thing we absolutely can change from the perspective of an individual duelist is our mindset. It is good to practice skills like card evaluation that usually don't get tested. It's a strength to be able to elucidate why every single card in your deck is important without pointing whoever's asking to a Jesse Cotton video. And only when that understanding is commonplace will we finally receive Yu-Gi-Oh reporting that doesn't read like a Maddox article from 2009.
Okay, I understood the last sentence, which is good. Wasn't always the case throughout the video. I liked the ending because I got what he was saying. I don't know why we're so focused on articles, first of all. Maybe that's because he's coming from partially a Magic background, and maybe Magic has a more, you know, more focused on articles culture. But I'm pretty sure that, like, it's as simple as articles are not the premier way of creating content anymore. You know, like even if I wanted to, I mean, I do want to create competitive content, right? But like, if I'm going to create competitive content, I'm not gonna freaking write an article. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just maybe that's just me, but I don't think articles are a 2024 way of really conveying information the best. But like, does it really matter which form you're conveying the information? I mean, like, there is certainly detailed competitive content out there, right? On YouTube, as simple as that. You know, it's not like, for example, Jesse, Pack, and I are just out here winning YCSs without creating content, you know, as one of our main, well, like, in my case, the main way of my income, right? And it's like, I think there's a couple issues with competitive Yu-Gi-Oh content that I'm constantly trying to work on or find solutions for. One is that, like, Yu-Gi-Oh from a content creator perspective, right, is already a niche, right? It's already a niche kind of thing to be like, I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh content creator, because it already limits the amount of people you're gonna reach, because you're not like a variety gamer or whatever like that, or you're not choosing, like, I would argue something like Pokemon is like a much bigger, I wouldn't even call Pokemon a freaking niche at this point, but like Yu-Gi-Oh is a niche still, even though a relatively big one. And then the people that would actually go and consume super in-depth competitive content, I believe, is relatively small. You're putting yourself into a niche within a niche, right? And I've noticed this in the past. I've noticed this at some point throughout the last year. Is like, I've been trying to create more in-depth videos. At some point, I remember specifically, I made a video about, like, over the span of a couple weeks, I made a video about like a very brief introduction to sprites, a very brief introduction to tier elements, right? Just like how to play, or like what do these new decks do, right? When they came out, like I was like, okay, this is what sprite does, this is what tier element does, on a relatively easy basis, right? The fundamentals of the two archetypes, right? And those two videos at the time did really well. And then I made a video a couple weeks later about like going into more detail on what was the best level 2 normal summon for sprites, because it was like, there was people were playing Diva, people were playing Nimbles, people were playing the Dark Beckoning Beast or whatever, right? And I made a video talking about comparing those, which is, I would say, a more advanced kind of thing when it comes to competitive content, right? It's much more specific than just learning, hey, what do these new broken sprite cards do? What do these new broken tier element cards do, right? And that video performed horribly, whereas the other two performed relatively well, right? And it's just like, as a content creator, you can just do the content you want to do, of course, and but you always try to balance it between the things that are like that actually are well received, right? And it's like, it feels like when you go into too much detail, at least from my perspective, it feels like when you go into too much detail in your content, in your competitive content, it just, the niche becomes too small, right? I think you're missing the point. MBT is saying you and Jesse are typically outliers in knowledge, but the general Yu-Gi-Oh community isn't too great at critical thinking. I don't know. I mean, I get that he's not criticizing me directly or my content directly or like whatever, right? I get that. But I don't know exactly what he's expecting, because I don't think the Yu-Gi-Oh community is like on average more or less stupid or whatever you want to call it than other communities. I think that is just a general thing with modern like society, is that like sometimes people rely on others to do the work for them, right? People go online and go watch a deck profile and take the deck and don't do much thinking, right? That's something that people can do. And the thing is, no one. This is not necessarily a problem though, because like no one is hurt by that. I'm not hurt by the fact that my opponent doesn't know why he's playing the cards that he's playing in his deck because he copied the list somewhere. That's not something that hurts anybody. You know, if anything, this hurts my opponent because at the time where like adjustments to the deck need to be done, he would have been better off learning and understanding the game at a fundamental level rather than just copying the deck list, right? And this is what constantly happens because people when you net decking is, by the way, net decking is a great thing, especially when you start playing the game. It's very important to not because when you start playing the game, when you start learning the game, you need at least somewhat functioning deck to be able to at least not get soul crushed every single game, right? And so like I would argue the better way, or the better order of learning about this game is you learn how to play it first, and then you understand the background, right? You understand why the cards are there, and so on and so forth, because it's much easier to learn those things from actual like seeing the stuff in practice, right? You don't learn that much from playing a deck that is not cohesive at all, because the first deck you're going to build yourself is just probably going to suck, right? Because there's 12,000 cards or whatever it is now, right? If you just sit someone down and you're like, okay, here's a starter deck, build a deck, they're not going to learn that much, right? And like net decking is great and all, but at the end of the day, usually when it comes to performing well at a competitive level, if you want to take it one step further, you do need to come up with stuff before other people know about it, which isn't usually the case when you net deck, right? Because when you net deck something, it's already out there. That's how you found it, right? You found this deck profile on YouTube. That's why you know about it. And that's why everyone else also knows about it. And you're not going to surprise anyone with it, right? And not that you always need the surprise factor, but innovation in deck building and like seeing what other people play and making a deck that's good against that is one of the most important parts of Yu-Gi-Oh, of any given format. There's usually a lot of development between tournaments, right? You can't expect to do well at a YCS by just copying the deck that won the last YCS, essentially, right? Because everyone is going to know exactly that list, right? And that is usually a step that you have to do by yourself. It's usually something you have to do on your own because, I mean, people that try to innovate for the next tournament usually don't put that stuff out on YouTube, right? This is the same thing when you guys come into my chat a week before a YCS and you're like, hey, Josh, what are you going to play? Like, that is it's a very important thing that I'm not going to share on stream because it significantly, impacts my odds of doing well, right? So instead of making shit up or saying whatever, I'll tell you guys I don't want to spoil it. I'll give you guys my opinions on things, right? I'll tell you I like this deck, I don't like that deck, I like that card, I don't like that card, but I do not I'm not going to be like, okay, this is my list for the next event, because that would significantly change the outcome of my performance, right? Where was I going to go with all this? I guess what I'm trying to say is it's each individual's responsibility to learn about the game beyond just watching a deck profile or net decking the deck from the last YCS. But I do think there is good content out there. There is also not as good content out there. That's to each individual on which they prefer. And I have been thinking about making more in-depth content again, but I've been thinking about what's the best way to make competitive Yu-Gi-Oh content. But the thing is, at this point in time, I feel like there's a gap between the best possible competitive content and then the content that will perform the best on YouTube, right? So you're not incentivized to do it. You know what I mean? you're not incentivized to go and make a 2-hour video on how to play I don't know, how to build a side deck from scratch or anything like that, you know. I've been thinking about doing it regardless, you know, putting like discussions out there. The thing that I've experienced is that sort of stuff I really enjoy doing it on stream, right? I really enjoy doing it on stream because I feel like when we go into such a quote unquote deep talk, it really helps having chat interaction, and it really helps being live because people are interested when you talk about it in detail. I think it's not easy to get someone to click on a 2-hour how to make a side deck video, but it's very easy to have an engaging discussion live on stream, right? When people like, time flies when you talk about this game, right? But people don't know that before they click on the freaking video, right, on YouTube. But yeah, I think this leads into this. I think this is a good bridge into some of the other stuff, because I haven't, you know, there was a comment here that said, personally, I want a channel that just does a 2-hour deep dive on each deck, with what hands it likes, matchups guidance, side deck advice, all that. This sparked a tweet by Gareth Shear, who does or Shire, I'm not entirely sure, who does these feature match analysis videos, which are, by the way, great content. Shout outs to Gareth for doing those. I enjoy those a lot. I personally enjoy those, and the community is receiving them relatively well. And that's great. It's sparked a lot of discussion, and there was a video by APS on it that I wanted to check out as well.
Hey guys, Paul here. Happy New Year. Hopefully you guys are enjoying your 2024. Today I wanted to talk about a topic that I saw discussed on Yu-Gi-Oh! Twitter recently, and that is the difficulty with making competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Content on YouTube. Or to be more specific, the difficulty with making in-depth, long-form, competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Content on YouTube. So this started because somebody had screenshotted a comment that was left on one of MBT's recent videos, where a commenter said, I would just love it if there could be, you know, just this 2-hour long super duper guide to a specific deck, like let's say Unchained, right? That just covers, you know, different opening hands, combos, builds, you know, just like all the different things, right? Counterplay, matchups, everything. And a lot of people upvoted this comment, you know.
One other thing I want to say, by the way, is if people create the content that MBT is quote unquote criticizing, right? The not very in-depth, very over, like what's it called? Very you know, just not very detailed or competitive or anything like that, right? And it's like if people watch that surface level, right? If people watch the content and they enjoy making the content and people enjoy watching the content, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Right? Do you know, like, do you get what I'm saying? It's like, I don't think that this is excluding each other, right? If there's enough people for in-depth competitive content, then, you know, I mean, I feel like that's one of the reasons why my channel has grown, because there is interest in competitive content to some level. I don't know if you or if I need to go much deeper, and if that's going to reach more people, or if I'm going to scare people away, because not all 2,000 of you, thank you, by the way, for being so many, appreciate you guys watching. If I can make all 2,000 of you interested in a super detailed, super in-depth Yu-Gi-Oh! Discussion, because not everyone is as deep into the game, and that's fine, right? That's completely okay, right? And it's completely okay to make content for the people that don't want to go as in depth or anything like that, right? But I do think there's a fair point that there certainly is there's more casual content than competitive content, I think, by a lot. But there's also a lot more people that play Yu-Gi-Oh! Occasionally, maybe even casually, than super competitively. So I think it makes sense.
A lot of viewers were like, yeah, that would be really cool. I wish that there was like a channel that did exactly that. And so this got like posted on Twitter, and some people were sort of reflecting on why, as cool of an idea as that is, it probably wouldn't really work. And MBT himself also chimed in a bit and was explaining why a lot of content creators just do not do that. And it's because the reward for effort isn't really there. So allow me to explain as a YouTuber myself. Obviously, if you wanted to make a 2-hour long, just hyper in-depth guide to any given deck, it could be Unchained, it could be Rescue Ace, it could be Pirelli, it could be, Snake Eye, whatever, right? Insert favorite deck here. You'll run into a couple of problems. The first one is that sort of video is a huge undertaking. It would take a lot of playtesting, a lot of research, a lot of writing, a lot of just double checking everything to make sure that all of your information is up to date, it's completely correct and legal and is relevant. And obviously that means that you're going to have to go through a lot of trouble just on the pre-preparation end. And then also you have to record it, edit it, produce it, right? And then you finally release this 2-hour long magnum opus that is just exactly what anybody would want if they're an Unchained player, right? How to make boards, how to break boards, how to deal with matchups, how to recover, all the different meta stuff. Then a Banlist comes out. And suddenly, this huge piece of like super in-depth, nitty-gritty, hardcore, competitive content for a pretty popular deck that perhaps a lot of people want to watch is outdated. Why would I watch this video now if, the Unchained deck is completely different?
Okay, that's fair. That's a fair point. On another hand, I feel like most videos, I can only speak for myself, but most YouTube videos do most of their views very, very early on in the first couple days, maybe first 1 or 2 weeks. Afterwards, it's very like it drops significantly in terms of how much it's watched, how much it like revenue wise and all that, However, there's a difference, whether like if you go like if your video stops getting views after 2 weeks, maybe that's okay if it's a video that isn't as high effort as something that that if you put infinite hours into a big video, you ideally would want it to be watchable over the course of a couple months. So I kind of get that. I don't think this completely throws me off because I like off of the idea of making competitive content, but it is definitely an argument.
Or maybe it's not a ban list. Perhaps it's a new product getting announced. Some new support comes out that affects the Unchained deck, whether that's new support for Unchained itself, or the announcement of, like, let's say in 2022, Bestials, right? Would suddenly make playing a dark-based deck a little bit more complicated, or a little bit harder, or whatever. Or just new general Fiend support or something like that, right? So now, all of your work's kind of gone down the drain. I mean, it could even be something a little bit more low-key than those two things. It could just be that the meta itself kind of moves on. As we know, Yu-Gi-Oh's metagame is very fluid and fast-moving. So the same, deck build or whatever that did really well one weekend at a YCS is literally already outdated by the next weekend. One of the tenets I've always kind of had about competitive Yu-Gi-Oh is that metas don't ever really get completely solved. The decks that win on a given weekend at like a YCS are the decks that were best tuned to win that specific event.
I see that. That's also I can get behind that.
Event that specific weekend. And
APS sounds a little low, yeah, but I can't put it any higher.
So they won't necessarily do as well at a regional next weekend or even at your locals that following week because things just change and they're dynamic. So anyways, getting back to the content sort of perspective on this, why wouldn't people do it if they were passionate still, right? Like if I'm just a huge Unchained guy and like I really love this deck to death, I could still make that video and maybe I could even update the video or something you might.
I mean, people do that though, right? That's the thing. There's not as many of these people out there than they are, for example, casual content creators or anything like that, or more surface level content creators. But people do that, right? There's like there's people that are dedicated to specific like entire channels are dedicated to specific decks sometimes. Some people do that. Pac was in chat for a couple minutes ago saying like he literally made a super in detail video on Unchained, how to like combo around Nib, combo like best line against the Bestial and so on and so forth. Like the content is out there. It's just that like I said, it's very niche because I think it would be the only way you could make competitive content really work on YouTube is if you made it like appealing to more casual viewers as well, which is very, very hard for super competitive content, because it is sometimes a very dry subject. Like, you need to care about Unchained a lot to be able to like watch, I don't know, 30 minutes, an hour or whatever of a video breaking down different Unchained combos on how to play around Nip, how to play around Druid's Worm. Like, why would I watch that if I'm not into Unchained, right? And if your potential viewer base goes from all the Yu-Gi-Oh players to just the people that play Unchained, it's a massive hurdle to get over, you know? So basically, quote unquote, my approach to that sort of thing is I try to cover a lot of different things, and I would like to say that it's not surface level, but I obviously I don't do super in detail, you know, how to play this deck for 2 hours or something like that, right? But what I try to do is I try to put aspects of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh into those videos, right? Like, I feel like what I'm trying to do is I try to make it still watchable for people that are not as in-depth, but it still adds solid reasoning or solid you know, like actual advice into it, rather than just like, you know, play this card because it's broken or something like that, you know. Which I'm sure I've said that before as well, but like, you know, generally in order to kind of try and get the best of both worlds, because at the end of the day, someone who wants to learn about competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, you do need to put some effort in yourself. Like, you're not gonna, even if there is a 2-hour Unchained guide out there, watching it is not gonna make you the best Unchained player out there, you know. Like, that's not how it works. A lot of Yu-Gi-Oh is understanding the game as a whole and then transferring it into actual games and deck building, right? Like, I always say that Yu-Gi-Oh on a very, very macro level consists of 2 very important skill sets, which is like one skill set that is like knowledge of the current format, like you know, understanding new cards, staying up to date, and then the other skill set is something you adapt over time, is a general understanding of the game, deck building concepts, how side decking works, that kind of stuff, right? And I feel like a lot of people always focus on, I need to learn what everything in the format does. I'm not trying to work on myself as a player on a greater scale, right? I feel like a lot of people focus on the one aspect rather than the other, right? And now that I'm thinking about it, I do think there is a chance you could create like evergreen content about like the format overarching skill set, like how do you actually become a good Yu-Gi-Oh player, rather than learning Unchained or learning Snake Eyes for the next format, you know. Like, maybe you can because that's basically it's much harder to do, and it's also much harder to make content for that. But freaking that skill set is super, super important. And I think maybe that's what MBT also meant, is that people don't really have that sort of transferring knowledge from format to format. They don't actually learn how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! They just learn how to play a specific deck, or like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, you get what I mean, right?
Might be thinking, right? Like, oh, we'll just make an updated Unchained guide. That's a lot of time and effort. And the thing is, YouTube doesn't really reward videos like that. That video has no real evergreen value, right? It's irrelevant after just a few weeks, potentially. And also, if you spent that much time and you saw people just completely stop watching after a couple of weeks because something new was announced or just the meta moved on or whatever, that's really, really demoralizing. And a lot of content creators were actually chiming in saying exactly that. I know of a few small to mid-sized creators who make that exact brand of competitive content. And what you'll often see in comments, I've seen this in my own comments in the past years and plenty on other videos, is that there is a demand for that content, right? There are people who want hyper, just in-depth, nitty-gritty information, but the problem is that it's still very niche within a niche, right? So like, if you want to, you know, make that video for an Unchained player, or maybe let's take a different example, like a dinosaur deck, right? Or a zombie deck. There are people who like zombies.
This is why articles are the way to go. They are easier to update and more convenient to parse. In an ideal world, you are right. Like, you're not wrong if you just put this down as like a written thing and you know, for everyone to access at any time. It's true. it's just a matter of, I mean, at that point, you just got to face reality and be like, okay, but an article in 2024 as someone, I mean, you're asking content creators to do it, right? Or like, I mean, you know, they don't get anything out of it though, right? Like if I write an article now, it's way harder for that to ever be monetized in a way a YouTube video would be, right? People, like, even if you, I don't even know if that's a thing, right? I don't even know if, like, if there's sites out there that would pay you for writing articles, but even if they did, it would not even be close to what you could potentially earn on like a YouTube video, for example, right? Which, let's face it is a problem, right? Because people aren't incentivized to just share their in-depth knowledge about a deck, you know, their lines or anything like that for like nothing in return. You know what I mean? Patreon is an option. Patreon could be an option. There's probably ways if you really wanted to do it. Like that's the whole thing. We're just listing arguments for and against it, or like problems that do exist, hurdles that do exist. There are definitely ways around it, and you know, it's partially, you know, stuff that I've been thinking about in the past on how to improve that sort of stuff, because I do want to do it, right? I do want to do in-depth competitive content, you know, but I do still need to justify spending the time for it, you know. It's not like I have so much free time that I can just sit down and write like tens of or hundreds of pages of articles, you know, and like just post them to, I don't know, any website, you know.
Or like dinosaurs, or like Blackwings, or like insert whatever deck you want here. But it's a small subset of Yu-Gi-Oh players.
So basically the issue is not that it's impossible to do it. Of course it's possible to do it. The thing is, you have to find the time and you have to justify doing it. You have to find someone that's willing to do it and also capable of doing it, because not everyone could. And like and then that person has to be incentivized to do it over other things, you know. Because, for example, I have had a time where I gave coaching, right? That's like, I don't know, 1.5 years ago. I don't remember exactly. I used to give coaching, right? People would message me about coaching and I'd say like, okay, I'm kind of low. I don't have that much time, but I can do it, right? And then I did it for a while. And then I realized I would much rather spend the time teaching all of the people live on stream rather than one individual, right? It felt more rewarding to stream and build up the stream community rather than, you know, get paid for by one person to get coaching, right? And so like I was at that moment more incentivized to go live on stream and create content that way than to give one person super in-depth you know, whatever, right? And maybe there is ways to make a concept that works like that, you know, possible, but it's not been, I don't think it's been done yet. I'll look into it, is all I can say.
So you have to kind of reach them and then fight with the fact that the video itself could be outdated within weeks. And then also just fight with the fact that long form has its own difficulties on the YouTube platform, right? YouTube's really big on, like, you know, how long do people watch? Are you actually going to sit and watch this 2-hour-long monster of a video about a given deck? Like, sure, it could be really exciting and fun for the people who are like super duper zone.
One thing that is true is that I don't think you would need everyone to watch the video for 2 hours for it to be profitable, because I mean, of course, with a 2-hour video comes more ad breaks and all that kind of stuff, more revenue with more watch time and all that. But still, I feel like it would be a challenge. And it's still something that I'm not super confident in saying these things, but like I don't understand the freaking YouTube algorithm, but I could imagine that if you made like a mixture, like if I on my channel, right, like I do a lot of 10, 15, 20-minute videos, and if I then upload a 2-hour competitive guide to Bestial Runic, for example, and it's like, okay, a bunch of people watch the entire 2 hours, but a lot of people are gonna watch like 20 minutes or anything like that and then leave. I don't know what this does to the algorithm. So even if that video would probably earn fine money, like it'd be okay probably, would that be a good way of doing the content in the long run? Because I've heard plenty of times, I don't have enough experience myself yet with YouTube to say whether it's true or not, but I've heard plenty of times that you're incentivized to create the same kind of content over time, right? Because you want similar watch times across your videos, and you want everyone to click on your videos, but you don't want half of your subscribers to not care about a video, so on and so forth. You know what I mean?
Into that deck and like plan on playing it for the whole format and going to regionals every single weekend. But for the average person, not really the case. It's also why you do see a lot of channels, especially the larger that you get within the YugiTube space, go towards more generally broadly appealing stuff, right? Like that's kind of where you get these fun little series that are quirky and neat, like a progression series or that sort of thing, where it's kind of more about the personalities or being entertaining or kind of making this evergreen approach to Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's like it doesn't really matter if you watch it today or tomorrow or next week, next month, next year. It can still just be kind of generally appealing to see Simo play Master Duel Masochist because it's just kind of wild and crazy and not very time sensitive. And that really sucks though, right? Because if you, or it doesn't suck, I mean, it's good for them. Obviously, you want to grow on YouTube, and YouTube doesn't really reward kind of like putting a lot of effort into a video that has a shelf life of a week. But it does suck if you are the competitive type who wants information and wants it in depth and still wants to get it from your favorite content creator. They are not incentivized to do it, so where then could you find it?
That's
well,
true.
MBT pointed this out on Twitter, and some other people agreed, and I've said this for a while myself, that it would be nice if there was a place for hardcore competitive Yu-Gi-Oh content that's kind of divorced from the whims of YouTube. Because while a YugiTuber might not be incentivized to make your 2-hour long, perfect, complete, unchained guide, I'm sorry, I just keep using that deck because it's on hand, but even though a YugiTuber might not really be incentivized to do it just based on how the algorithms work and kind of what pays the bills, maybe there could be a site that kind of focuses on that instead. And that is where sites like TCG Player come up. It's also where kind of devout communities like your Unchained Discord or your Insert Archetype Here Discord come in, and so those do exist, and I think that that is a valuable resource. But it does sort of suck that we in the Yu-Gi-Oh space do not get as much competitive coverage and like in-depth competitive information as we probably could, and it's just because making that information is so difficult when it's really racing against the clock. So what do I think about it all personally, because that is something I'm trying to kind of do more with.
I think some of it really does make sense. Some of it doesn't really make that much sense though, because on one hand, like you're saying, okay, the problem is a lot of people want the content, but people are not incentivized to make the content, which makes sense at first glance and is true in some aspects. But at the same time, if enough people wanted the content, then you would be incentivized to make it. Like if there was enough people out there looking for hardcore competitive content, you could easily make it work on YouTube, right? You just had to make it your thing. If it's your thing and enough people want it, then you can just do it and it's going to work, right? So I think part of the problem that we haven't talked about is that there are maybe, and this is a maybe, I don't know the exact numbers, but maybe there are not enough people out there to actually, like on YouTube, maybe there are not enough, maybe the audience is not broad enough for that sort of content. Maybe that's something you have to face, like maybe that's a reality you have to think about, that like, yes, they do exist, hardcore competitive players, but maybe they're not enough, to actually, because there are niches for content creation that are simply too small. I do think that's a thing, that there are certain small, very small old games or certain communities they exist, but they're not big enough to actually incentivize people to make YouTube content, right? And the competitive, hyper competitive Yu-Gi-Oh scene could be just that, right? Maybe it's not enough to actually maintain a YouTube presence or anything like that, whatever you want to call it, yeah.
These videos is going to give my own personal takes on it. As for me, I made the conscious decision years ago actually to shoot for evergreen casual Yu-Gi-Oh content. My goal on YouTube ultimately is to grow, is to reach a lot of people, is to kind of spread the general Yu-Gi-Oh gospel to as many eyes and ears as possible. And so I figured that the best way to do that would be to make, much more casual, broadly appealing content that has a bit of a longer shelf life to it.
And let's face it, that was probably from their perspective, probably the right decision. It did work. It did work better. And if you look at if you look at current YugiTubing, you know, the quote unquote casual, without that being meant as an insult whatsoever, the casual channels are much bigger than the other ones, right? If you look at Team Sam, you look at Simo, you look at APS, those are some of the biggest YugiTubing channels out there, you know, because that sort of content just has a broader audience, right? Because they don't get everyone in the Yu-Gi-Oh space, you know, because some more competitive players don't like the too casual content, you know what I mean? Like not everyone wants that as well, but there certainly are large portions of people out there that want that sort of content, right? So like you know, like sort of C-Reacts, rhyme style sort of videos, yeah, there's a lot, right? There's a lot of people out there. But when it comes to competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, I am not sure. Like, I mean, of course, there's also competitive content creators out there. You know, I mean, Pac, Jesse, myself. There's a lot. There's some that are in between. Like, I would say someone like MBT, Farfa, Coder. They have like aspects of both worlds. You know, they have their memeing, their entertainment, and all that kind of stuff. They have that too. But they're also like they play. They're not like playing the game to friggin' lose. You know, they're playing competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, of course. And I feel like they would have like aspects of both worlds, and then there's like people like, you know, Jesse, Pack, Nesh, myself, which are leaning more into the competitive world. And we all have our own spaces, right? We all have our own spaces. We all get by, you know. It's not like any of us are struggling to find a place in this community. Like all of us are here, all of us are creating content, all of us are, you know, here, right? We all exist. It's all possible for us to create content. We all have the viewers as well, right? So it's like we're not struggling in that direction. I just think what they're asking for here is like, okay, I do notice that myself, is that the people that do create competitive content, right? Let's say Pac or myself or Jesse or anything like that, we are not incentivized to go as in detail as we potentially could, if that makes sense, right? Like if YouTube incentivized me, or if Twitch incentivized me to do it, I could make much more in-detail content, in-depth content than I currently am doing, right? Because we do have to, at the end of the day, that's just a thing on YouTube, is that at the end of the day, you do have to be somewhat entertaining, and I try, and I hope it works. I hope you guys enjoy the streams and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like there always has to be that sort of balance, right? You can be super entertaining and then the quality of your information doesn't matter as much, right? But on the other end of the spectrum, I think there is a barrier, because the quality of your information can be super, super high, but you can't be completely non-entertaining, right? I feel like that is something that doesn't really work. So it works on the one end, and this is why we have the extremes on the other end, right? This is why we have the super casual content creators, because that works. As long as you're entertaining, as long as you're funny, you can do super casual content and it works out. On the other end of the spectrum, you still get better results if you are at least somewhat entertaining and don't go into too much detail, right? I like Wolfie. He combines this good for Pokemon. I think Wolfie is the exact same thing. Wolfie could make much more in detail, in-depth content if he was incentivized to do so, but he's finding a balance as well. Like, you can't tell me Wolfie's not trying to be entertaining, right?
I felt that making deck profiles or making, you know, competitive guides or meta-analysis just wasn't really my thing, because even though I was, you know, at least at the time, a very competitive player who followed that stuff.
Also, Jane, thank you for the 5. I almost missed that. Appreciate you so much. Thank you.
I knew that making videos on it and putting that time and effort into like recording that stuff and editing that stuff and writing and all of that stuff was that, you know, it wouldn't really mean anything if the video just didn't last a long time. Now, granted, there are plenty of channels that get by making, you know, tier lists every month or updated profiles every month, or kind of doing that sort of thing. I'm not saying that the content itself is not useful, but just that it kind of does not go, it works a little bit against what YouTube itself will reward. And many content creators, you know, you'll want to grow on the platform, right? So, I guess, I don't know. I don't know that there was really like a point to me talking about this other than just to share it, because I do feel bad when I see people in the comments like, why aren't more people doing this? Why aren't people making, you know, these like super in-depth guides to decks? Why can't we get more of that? Why, why does it feel like, a lot of YouTube Yu-Gi-Oh content has been defanged a little bit? It's much more like progression series, classic-y stuff, DM pandering, whatever. And that's kind of the reason. It's just because it's what works better on YouTube. And, I sometimes feel bad when I see newer creators put a lot of time and effort into making like a where to hand trap guide or a super guide or whatever to X deck or an analysis of an event, and then just sort of see that work kind of go down the drain after a few days.
I mean, that's another thing you have to realize is like that content does exist, right? Like that content, it's in my recommended feed a bunch of times, like I don't know exactly of which channels I get the most recommendations or anything like that, but that sort of content into that direction, it does exist. It's a thing people do. It's just something that it's naturally, it doesn't perform as much as other stuff does, right? For a reason, right? For a reason. And I think it's very natural that content creators have to find some sort of balance between, going into too much detail and being somewhat entertaining, and also appealing to people that want to learn the game at a surface level and not start by, watching an Unchained 2-hour guide or anything like that, right? And like, I don't know. I think the reality is that people that are interested in super highly competitive content are usually the people that are more willing to invest more time and effort into achieving their goals, right? Because it's like, if you're a casual Yu-Gi-Oh player, you're not willing to work for, certain things. But if you're a competitive player, you are more willing to go out there and look for the information. Even though it's harder to find, I think it is out there. People come into my chat. We have in-depth talks like this one constantly, right? And this is kind of like the solution, quote unquote, that I've implemented for myself. Like, I really enjoy these quote of high level discussions that we do have on stream fairly often. They simply don't make it to YouTube all the time, because like I said, the stuff doesn't always perform on YouTube as it does on Twitch. And like on Twitch, I noticed that while we're having those discussions, people don't leave the stream, right? People find it interesting once they get drawn into the discussion. Even someone who maybe considers themselves more casually, if you have a back and forth discussion and you ease them into the topic, right? It's fine for them to even watch it. Drops under 2K exactly this moment. Okay, fair enough. But like, I mean, yeah.
Even, when it comes down to stuff like a Banlist reaction video, right? I used to do Banlist reaction videos on my own, like on the main Team APS channel, but I actually stopped doing them because it's not really something that's super repeatable, right? Like the Banlist just comes out when it comes out, and sure, you could get like a lot of views on a Banlist reaction, but it's almost it's kind of like being the gas station that has the ice during the snowstorm or the power outage or whatever. People are coming to you for that because like they want the quick knowledge dump and like knowledge rush. But ultimately, they may not have they might not have watched your content before then, and they probably won't necessarily watch it afterwards. If you think about how a person just consumes deck profiles in general, I mean, it's a search and discovery thing. You want to find a Dino deck for January 2024, you type it in, you watch a few of them, but you maybe don't care that much about the channel itself that gave you the information. Especially because Yu-Gi-Oh competitive content is so quickly disseminated today too. Like, I know there are plenty of like Instagram and Twitter accounts that literally just share deck lists like as images, and now you can just take the image and like throw it in your group chat, throw it in your locals Facebook group.
This is maybe something that I am not the best person to weigh in on, because I do think there's a difference. I'm not trying to, I don't know, I'm not trying to humble brag or anything like that, but I do think there is a difference in perception of the community when someone makes a Banlist reaction or when a well-known player makes a Banlist reaction. I do think there is more weight, or like I do feel like the community puts more weight onto for example, my opinion. I think it's a fair thing to say that the people generally put more weight on if I make a tier list, or if I make a whatever, like Banlist reaction or anything like that, right? And so it's maybe the experience that I have is not the same that other people have when they make that sort of content, right? Like when I make that content, it's usually well received. It clicks well, like my other videos. People even watch it even when they have already seen someone else react to the ban list, right? Like even like, for example, for the last ban list, because I wasn't able to go live right when it dropped, I dropped my reaction 1.5 days later, and it still performed completely fine, right? And people had surely at that time already seen other people react to the ban list. And I feel like that's a situation that I'm privileged in to be in, right? Because people respond differently to my sort of content than they do to someone they maybe have never seen before, right? Like if they get recommended a banlist reaction, like the 5th one that they would be watching by someone they don't know, they probably don't watch it. I can see that. It's not sort of that type of content that people like they want to be making, right? So I think that's something that sometimes on YouTube you experience things differently from other content creators simply because your community is different, your position in the community is different, your whatever your perception from the community is different. Those kind of things are important sometimes.
Or whatever, and like copy the list without even really needing to watch like a 10-minute long deck profile on it. You get the information you need and you dip. And I'm not saying that that's like a bad thing to do. I'm saying that that's just
with deck profiles as well. I feel like there's people out there who would watch me present a deck even if it's not a deck that they personally want to build or super like care about that much, right? It's like maybe, you know, they're not a runic player, but they're still gonna watch a runic deck profile that I made because of who I am, right? But they're not gonna click a different runic deck profile, right? So it's different sometimes.
Reality of how a lot of people consume content. So it makes it a little bit less incentivizing for a person to focus hardcore on, like, you know, really getting that nitty-gritty competitive stuff going. So anyways, I want to know what you guys think about this and how.
Okay. So just to get this to a close, I do think that, like I said, competitive content is tough to make. I think it's tough to make because I personally would love to. You guys know, whenever we have in-depth discussions about Yu-Gi-Oh, I love that shit so much. I can drag that shit for 2 hours. Like, we've had those talks on stream, right? You remember the talks. I love talking about this game in as much detail as you guys want, right? We've been doing that on stream, and I've been constantly thinking of how to make more of that sort of content, because I would love to. There's nothing I would love to do more than go even more in detail on the content that I do about Yu-Gi-Oh, right? I simply currently, in my current position, I don't feel super incentivized to make that happen on YouTube. I've been thinking about making it a more regular segment on stream where I look for topics beforehand that we can talk about, that we can discuss, to not only teach you guys about stuff that's currently going on, right? Like, but like the fundamentals of the game itself, right? Like, because like I said, I think there's way more content that is like currently best decks in the game right now, whatever, right? But there's not that much like, okay, how do you actually become a good Yu-Gi-Oh player? Like, how do you actually, because you're not going to be a good Yu-Gi-Oh player if you learn one specific deck, if you learn one specific meta. That stuff is important, and it's repeated work you have to do over and over and over again. But the most important thing probably is learning something along the way so that you don't start every format from scratch, right? Like, not, oh, like they banned my deck, now what do? I start from zero. That's not what happens, right? That's not what I do when my deck gets hit on a ban list, or when my deck is not the best deck anymore. I don't start from zero, right? Because you learn. I've been playing this game for like whatever 20 years or some shit. You know, there's more to this game than learning one specific deck or one specific combo, or like, you know, perfecting a list for one tournament, right? But what I can say is that stuff is always in the back of my mind. It's always something I'm thinking about, and it's something that I've been trying to do, or I want to do it. I want to do it. Don't say old. You guys are most of you are the same age. Anyways, I know the statistics, guys. I know the statistics, okay? Anyways, this stuff is planned. I have it planned. I'm working on ways to make it work, because I am, even if it is slightly less popular than the stuff that we do now, we can still do the stuff that we do now, and we still can go into more detail. It's just been difficult between the day-to-day streams to get the time in to prepare it, but I've been planning to do it. So if you're looking for more competitive content, it is happening. You know, I've been thinking about all the things we've talked about it before. It just hasn't happened yet because I've been lazy, I'll admit it. You know, I haven't ordered a GoPro yet to like go to locals and film my games in first person mode, and then we can analyze it on stream and talk about why we do the plays that we do. All that kind of stuff is what I want, is stuff that I've been thinking about, stuff that I want to do, and we'll probably get to it this year, right? We'll probably get to it this year. Anyways, that is it for this discussion. I hope you enjoyed it. I think it was interesting, even though, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think I still, looking back, I don't really know why we started this discussion. I liked how it turned out. This video and this tweet were really interesting. I don't know why we started it, but I enjoyed it. Like, I still don't think people are bad at talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just the fact is that the majority of the community is casual, which is the same thing in a lot of other games, and casuals are typically not invested enough to have a high level discussion about Yu-Gi-Oh! It's very natural. There's nothing wrong with it. Anyways, I don't know why we got here. I don't know how that happens, but we did. Well, yeah, it was interesting. Okay. Anyways, it's already way past 5 p.m. so we're gonna end it here. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Welcome back once again. Happy New Year's. I'll see you again tomorrow, where we in large detail, chat, in large detail tomorrow, we're going to build my deck for regionals on Sunday. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, who do I raid? Who's live? Nesh is live. Okay, I'll send you guys over to my boy Nesh, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Everybody, hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you for watching. Thank you for following. Thank you for subscribing, all of you. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Peep the goo at